Audio check, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, audio check. Oh, we've been muted. Why was I muted? Good morning, Jack. Welcome, Raiders. Hope everyone is doing well. That scared the crap out of me. Streaming Big Ambitions? I don't know what that one is. I've never heard of that one. How was your stream, Jack? Whoa. And welcome in, Raiders. We're playing some Foundry this morning. We are growing the factory. That should do for a little bit. Man, I can't imagine how long my mic's been muted. Probably since the start of the stream. So roughly a 44-minute mic mute. Oh my god. Alright, so now at 60 a minute, we've got 5 machines, so we need 300 a minute. So we need 10 crushers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we need 4 more crushers here just to handle that. Oh my god, Spectre, just now. Changed one of the business store's hours and damn near doubled my daily income. Oh, so is Big Ambitions like a supermarket sim? Is it a store? That sounds like it's fun. Basically, in New York, running a business on par with different districts and different store types. Ooh, that sounds like supermarket sim on steroids. Ride of the Valkyrie. What an epic audio track. Oh, top down? Oh, like Minecraft. I mean, not Minecraft, like Factorio. That's a shame. I have a hard time doing top-down games. I mean, even when they're fun games. But it sounds like an awesome game. Maybe it could get adapted to 3D. Third person. I don't know. We're gonna run out of mineral pretty fast. There we go. That should keep the glass growing, going, flowing, moving, grooving. All right, that's doing better. Ships are moving. Platforms are supported. Elevators be elevating. Okay, we're about ready to move our blue science. Our fuchsia science really needs... Yeah, that's why we need to move this upstairs. King of Retail. Ooh. Check that out. That does look like Supermarket Sim. Holy moly. Much more decorative, that's for sure. Yeah, King of Retail 2 is out. Is it? I saw a 2. Is it out or just ready for a release? Oh, it's not out yet. TBA. I like the decorations a whole lot better. That looks cool. King of Retail's only mostly positive. Very positive over almost 3,000 reviews, but only mostly positive over the recent last 20. Wonder what's going on there. Buggy abandonware? What idiots. That's all they've got to say about the game is buggy abandonware. Like anybody's gonna believe that asshole. What an idiot. Unsupported claim. Gonna make a claim, support it. Personally, I don't like how you have to interact with the customer before they enter the store and try to convince them to buy stuff. Oh, well, you know, advertising, right? Sadly, Supermarket Simulator is already a better game than this. Oh my god, would you say that? I wouldn't say that. I mean, Supermarket Simulator is fun, no doubt about it. Graphically, though, it could use some enhancement, but it's not a game changer. So the devs decided to make a sequel instead of improving the current game. That's interesting. You reckon that's the norm? But devs give up on fixing a game and they just do a brand new one? I mean, I could understand that if it was, you know, if the games had started, if the devs had started a game and they broke their own code just so horribly bad that it was take more man hours to fix it than it would to make a new one. I think what I'd do is I would just discontinue the first one, man up, and honestly say, hey, it's broken beyond repair. We're going to do a new one, and focus all your man hours into the new one, and not leave the other guys, you know, heartbroken. Yeah, because, you know, it happens. It happens. You know. I've taken simple code and borked it so bad that I just erased it and started from fresh. I've done that. I haven't developed an entire game system, but when you're talking hundreds of thousands of lines of code, yeah, but honestly, just say, we borked it. Sorry guys. Thanks for all your support. Thanks for everybody that bought it, but don't fret. We have a brand new one in development. We're going to stop all development on the old one. And to make good on it, because, if you bork the code, you bork the code, right? Make good on it. Say, we'll offer a 25% discount to current owners of the game. Show us your Steam ID that you've purchased the game previously, and blah, blah, blah. I'll give you 25% off the new one. It's going to be in early access anyway when it comes out as a sequel. There's all kinds of ways to save face and be honest and have integrity and, and do a new one. All kinds of ways. But, yeah. People are the way they are. Looks good though, man. I really like the graphics in that. That's just outstanding graphics. Graphically, it looks a lot better than Supermarket Simulator. I don't know how the playstyle... Supermarket Simulator plays pretty well. I mean, functionality and gameplay, I don't see anything wrong with Supermarket Simulator. Well, maybe other than a whole lot of empty or partial boxes, but... So how would you rate, what's that called? Big, what is that game? Big Ambitions? How would you rate that Big Ambitions, even though it's a top-down? How would you compare that to Supermarket Sim and King of Retail? I mean, it's hard to compare. I mean, as far as visually, you can't compare a top-down versus first-person, but playability, functionality, mechanism, mechanics, that kind of thing. Seven out of 10. Yeah. I generally take a look at the playability as a comparison. How well you're pulled into the game, oriented into the game, a little bit of guidance and instruction, then the mechanics of the game, how well it's easy to grasp the concept of the gameplay and stuff like that. That's generally how I rate it. As far as graphics goes, whether it's top-down, first-person 3D, whether the graphics are, extraordinarily beautiful or whatnot, I really don't try and compare that because it all depends on the game engine used and the graphic modeling, into the game. So, oh, that's nice. So you get to move stuff between stores because you're building different stores, correct? Kind of like you start one and then build two more and then build four more. Kind of like that, maybe? All right, we're going to slide all of that over there. Then we're going to slide the science up here. See, red and blue we can move already. And green we can move up there. Yellow. Yellow, we could move up there already. Yeah, yellow could come over here. And fuchsia can come up here already. Oh, we can do this. We can do this. Okay, so dang it, shoot. Hang on. I'll be right back. Someone's at the door. Hang on. Oh my god, how weird is that? Sorry about that interruption. Just had a delivery. Amazon just delivered me another 900,000 lumens flashlight, the one that I ordered a month ago and already received. They just sent a duplicate by accident. Oh, stuff has different customers per hour amounts as well. So even though your business can have up to like 100 customers total at a given time, if you have only a single cash register, you're limited to 15 due to the oh, yeah, because the cash register queue. Yeah, so you got to have enough cash registers to handle a certain number of customers per hour. Well, that's a cool challenge. Man, I can't believe I got a second one for free. Holy cow, Amazon doesn't make mistakes like that. Your shelves have limits? Well, like in Supermarket Simulator, you have to build more shelves. Is that a slow process getting shelves, or? Or is there a different dynamic there as far as stock quantity on shelves? Oh, they're probably not getting stocked real time, are they? How many labs do we have in here? Smelters, pressures. Oh, I want that pump efficiency to finish before I move this. Dang it. Depends on the item. Normal shelves cost $1,200. Holy moly. At the beginning of the, right, at the beginning of the shift, but not in real time, not as stock comes off the shelves. Right. Unlike Coles here in Australia, where people are stocking the shelves while you're shopping and they're just totally in the way. They don't do nighttime stocks here in Australia. All the shelves get stocked during the day while you're shopping. And all the freight is on the floors in the way of your shopping. It's horrible. It's stupendously stupid. They don't have nighttime stalkers. Boy, they're coming through, but they're coming through at kind of a slow pace. 70% pump jack efficiency. What's the rate on these? What's the rate? 45 seconds. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Where's Science 5 coming from? We know where 4 is coming from. Oh, right there. Right up front. From an elevator? From down below? No, from up above. I saw the ramp. Right there. Right here's our Science 5. One a minute. Oh. But it only takes 45 seconds to process it, so we need that to be a little faster. And we're waiting on pistons. Always waiting on pistons. Sheesh. It's got plenty of steel. Low density. You know what? That's a big thing. The oilite is a huge, huge issue. We've got plenty at the moment. We've got plenty. Let's step this up. What are you doing here, Rocket? What are you doing? You are a complete numbkin. Yep. I don't know what I was thinking. That machine's even turned sideways. Too funny. They could even be moved. Yeah, they could be moved closer as well. All right, let's get this all fixed. My God, Rocket. Really? Oh.
Analyze.
What's let's get rid of some materials that are clogging up.
Analyze. Analyze.
Okay. Get rid of that. Nope, that can stay there. And
Analyze.
yeah, turn the panel that way. Oop.
Analyze. Analyze.
Well, that's in the wrong spot. Let's see, that should give us, all right, that should give us enough to... I just expanded that line for no reason. Fluid assembler. $12 a minute. 12 a minute. That should be absolutely plenty to do. 2 more of those at least. Ah, right. Facing the wrong way. All right, so we want that one facing this way. That's why we were doing that. All right, let's grab a T and yep, we'll do that. There we go. That'll give us 48 a minute. That doubles that. Of course, that's not going to be a huge, that's not going to saturate the belt. It's better. Oh God, sorry. I hope I got to the mute button for that sneeze in time. Ooh, thank you, autosave. See what our consumption is. Down, boy. 630-ish. 670. I saw a 680 in there. $670, $660, $670. Pretty steady. $680. I saw $690 for a split second. I reckon we're fine. Actually, that's pretty balanced. It's just staying between about 620 and 670. $600. I think that's staying pretty steady. It's not filling up, but it's not draining away. All right, let's see how our distiller is doing. That should be fairly steady. That's this baby right here. Yep, it's being supplied well in time. $1,500 a minute. I reckon that's way more than... That's not it. 1,500 a minute. 360 times 4. Oh, well, that might be an issue. 360 times 4. That's 1440. That's 1440. That's just under our 1,500 a minute that we need. That's actually great. Yep. Unless of course, that's just going to the storage tank. Hang on. Yeah. So it's just that one distiller. Pretty sure. That's the in. Oh, actually, we've got another out. We're actually using more than 1440. Let me out. Get these. Nope. It's not that one. Okay, it was coming this way. Is it this one? Low density. 375. Ah, 1440 and 375. 1825. So we actually do need another distiller. Which of course I got no room for because it's a 6x6 and there's only 4x4 in there. Well, that's a problem. I actually didn't think I'd need more than that. Oh. Plus, yeah, we need another distiller because we're feeding these three as well. Oh my god. Okay. Well, alright, worst comes to worst. It is not gonna look pretty. It is not gonna look pretty, but we can actually put it right there. That's an out. Yep. That's an out. That's an in. But we don't use the in at the face of the panel. And that's an in. So this can actually be a T. That's going to drain our olemite field super fast. So I guess that can be. Thank you. That's an out. That's an out. Okay, so I can pick any. I can pick any as an out. Yeah. Oops. And that can be a T. And it can face upwards. Yep. Watch this now say, yep, of course it changed. Hope I didn't just contaminate my line. I didn't. Whew. That was close. Oh no, it's all wrong. Time for your stuff. Hey, Jack. Jack. Hey, Fire. Jack Fire. How are you this morning? It's all wrong. I hate that when you get it all hooked up and you put your recipe in and then it switches and tells you different ports to hook up to. Bit tired, lazy? Oh my god, that sounds like a sleep day. Sleep at home day. Some hot tea at the bedside. Did you do a long stream last night? Oh crap, and here come the ads. Alright, for anybody that's not a subscriber, hang in there. You probably can't see me or hear me right now, but we'll be right back. So hang in there. Fire, I know you're not getting any ads. Ah, motivation, indeed. Wow, 8 hours. That's kind of long for you, yeah? Or is that was a bonus stream, wasn't it? Wow. I wish I could do long streams. I think I did a 12-hour stream once. I was wrecked. $20 a week? Yeah, right. So you actually do the majority of your hours on the weekend, the Wednesday and Thursday, about 8 or 10 hours. Yeah. And then you basically double that on the weekend. Oh, welcome back, everybody. We didn't do anything while you guys were gone, so all good. Why aren't we, Oh no, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Oh. Oh, good. Good. All right. Saved by the bell. Mr. Norsk! Oh, your Wednesdays and Thursdays are the bonus streams. The weekend is not. Okay. How's Mr. Norsk doing? All right, where's my majority of... Oh, okay. You know what? We can go that way. We can go that way. This is emergency piping. Because, wow. Can you tell? Done. All right, that was emergency piping because I had no idea we were so underproducing the low density. Finished your Latin exam yesterday. Woohoo! Did I have a dog cat fart moment? Wait a minute, what is that? Derp, Corgi Derp. And a Dunk Pip Derp. Yes, Derp moment. Yeah, so I only had one distillery making low density fuel or fluid. My demand was 1440 that I thought, and we're producing 1500, and I thought we were golden, and then completely forgot about the three up here, which are doing 400 a minute, and I've got 4 of them, so that's 1600 all by itself. I'm still 50 a minute shy with the 2. So I had 1500 a minute, demanding 1440. Actually, I'm still over that. I'm still underproducing by about 100 a minute. Yep, I reckon I need a third. I think I'm underproducing by about 100 a minute. So 1600 up there. 1440 on the fluid exchangers, and there was one lone right here, I think. No, that was fuel. I lost it. Just This is the fuel, right? Yeah, that's liquid fuel. This one right here. So 1440 plus 375, 1775. $1,775 plus 1,600. Yeah, I'm about 375 shy. It's this machine right here that's going to be one shy. 360 times 4, 1440. 1440 leaves 60 left over, but I'm 100 over there. So that leaves me 40 shy. This is 375, yep. Yeah, the flame stack can handle... What can it handle now? It doesn't say how much. Oh, 50 liters. Oh, 50 liters per second. 3,000 liters per minute. That should be fine. 3,000 liters per minute. That's 8. Yeah, that's 8 distilleries. 8 distilleries. 3,000 divided by 375. Yep, that's exactly 8. One stack per 8 distillers. I do need 3. See, the thing is though, holy freaking hell. Now we're even worse off because that one's already empty. That one's already empty. This is the one we're working on. See, this is the big bottleneck of the game. This is what's killing me. I'm emptying out these. I've only got the one distillery up until now. I just placed that second distillery. And I'm emptying out these Olamite mines in frickin' nothing flat. Because of low density, fuel, liquid fuel, you know, all that kind of stuff. Five. We started at 8 million. We're down to 5 already. I was at 8 million yesterday when I put this in. And we're already down to 5 million. So I'm going to have a third empty Olamite. And pipeline is full. 470. It only goes up to 500, but we're at 470. I've got one full storage tank. I mean, I've got one storage tank dedicated to each fluid and gas. So it's not really how much is in the storage as much as how much I'm pulling out of the Olamite vein. So I got low density here, liquid polymer there, Olamite gas there, liquid fuel there, olamic acid there. So one of each. Well, yeah, and I'm not so worried about what's in the pipe. The pipes hold 500, and I'm averaging, 470 each because of the flow, which we have no idea what the flow rate is. The problem is how much oil the oil field holds. And I started at 8 million. I'm down to 5 million already. So I am literally, going to be done with this one in about 2 game days, and already having to go and pipe another freaking reservoir. Yeah, because it takes hundreds of pipes. Look how far away they are. They don't transfer any other way. What are you trying to say, fire? No, I'm not storing the oil in the pipes. That oil is moving. This is the only pipe to the oil right now. This is the only one coming to the base. And that's going to have to be replaced in a couple of game days to grab from one of these way the hell over here. Look how far away that is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. About 6 major squares. This one's only 1, 2, 3, 4. This is way too small. That'd be emptied in a day. That one is empty. That one way over there might have to be next. Hang on a second. Hang on. You do the olemite processing at the pumps. So you process the olemite into the different fluids and gases at the field. And then you use all the different pipes for all the different products back to the base, instead of just one pipeline back to the base and then tie in your fuel, your fluids and gases. So what is there? 4 products, 3 fluids, and 1 gas. So you have 4 pipelines going back to the base. Well, thing is the pipe doesn't make any difference. So the quantity of oil in the field is used up by your machines, not used up by pipes. But you're saying you're running, what, 4 or 5 pipes back to your base instead of 1 pipe? And you do that for every olemite field? 4 or 5 runs of pipes for each field? I think I'm misunderstanding what you were saying. You're running all the things off of 1 oil seep. Yeah, because oh yeah, in the beginning, yeah, that's right. You know, that's what I had too, because you get one iron, you get an ignium, you get a copper, and you get an olemite close by. Yeah, this one was 36 by 26 by 16. I think that was about a 9.5 million reservoir. I emptied that out. This one up here was a 10.7 million reservoir. I used it up. This one was an 8.5 million. It's in use right now, and we're down to 5 million. That's how much oil is being used in my processes. And, you know, the pipeline, I just, you know, deconstructed the pipeline after that one was done, So it's not about how much pipe there is, because I've only got 1 pipe. It's how much oil you're using for all the other oils. Yeah, but it's only storage for a few seconds. It's only storage for a few seconds. You can see just about how fast the fluid is moving through the pipe. So it takes a little time to fill up the pipe. But once the pipe's full, and you know, I'm running 430, 440, I'm using it fast enough that it can't fill up. So there's really no storage in the pipes, but you can't avoid that either, especially the further and further you go out. So I've done all this. I'm zoomed all the way out on this map, and this is another thing that's so stupid. This was the close one, about three major blocks away. This was the second one, 1, 2, 3, about 4 blocks away. And now this one is about 4.5. So one pipeline brings the oil into the base, and all the processing is done. It doesn't matter how much is in the pipe because it's moving through the pipe. So the point is when this Olamite field is empty, it's only going to take 5 minutes for everything that's in the pipe to finish going into the distillery. So how much is in the pipe has nothing to do with how fast you're using it, how fast it's flowing through the pipes. You know, you see what I'm saying? It's my oil is not sitting idle in the pipes, so I'm not trying to calculate how much oil there is. I know there's only 5.5 million oil left in the oil field. The issue is that's going to be gone soon because it's being used quickly. So how fast it's being used has got nothing to do with how much is in the pipes. You've barely used 1.5 million liters because you're not using the oil. The oil field depletes based on how much of the oil you're using. How many storage tanks do you have of the oil, the raw oil? I'll bet you none. I don't know of anybody that has a storage tank of Olamite. Right. So you're draining that oil field is only based on how fast you're burning that oil. Not how big your base is. You've got more machines. That doesn't mean you have machines using the oil. Right? So we're following the main oil pipeline into the base. Okay, that's where it goes up, right? Now, you said you've got 8 distilleries you've got 8 distilleries making low density, right? At 100% uptime. Right? This red bar doesn't stop ever. It's just continuously producing low density from 8 distillers, right? Because you've got... No, I don't want pretty much. It's either yes or no. That is 100% uptime or they're not. And you've got what? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. So you've got at least 4 chemical processing plants making paint for your robots, right? Right, you're not at robots yet, so you're not using 1,600 liters a minute of low density. All right, now how many fluid exchangers? Okay, because guess what? 360 a minute, 360 liters a minute for your hydraulic pistons. How many of those have you got running? You got 4 of those running constantly? Polymer boards and circuit boards are nothing. Those are nothing for low density fluid. They don't even use low density fluid. They're only using 150 liquid polymer. That's nothing. So you're not using your oil, which is why you've got only 1.5 million. I don't even know how you counted when you've used 1.5 million. If you only depleted the vein by 1.5 million over 3 sessions, you're not using it. Which is great, but you're gonna be, especially when you need 1,600 low density and 1,440 low density from that oil. From that same oil that makes the liquid polymer fluid and the fuel oil. So yeah, I mean, it's a hard comparison to say, oh yeah, well I've got lots left over. Well, you're not using it. Just the low density alone, I'm using 3,000 a minute. And I do need a third because I'm using 3,375 a minute. A minute. I don't know how I'm going to fit that third one in there. Guess we'll just go right next door to that one. I don't have enough electronic parts. That should be enough. I think we'll put that right here. Pipe the gas out to there. Pipe the oil into there. And low density. Shoot, low density I could go straight up if I wanted to. But what I want is for that low density to go down into the tank. So what we'll do is actually need to so that's 1 in and 2 out. Uh-oh. Oh my God. Oh my God. That stupid deconstruction tool. freaking hell. God, what a pain. Well, there goes everything that was in the tank. Oh, what? Was that in my inventory? There's no way gas was in my inventory. Well, that's a saving grace. I accidentally deleted it, and when I put it back, all of the quantity was right back there. That's a saving grace. So so the game remembered. Obviously, it didn't put it in my inventory. Freaking deconstruction tool. Is that what it did? It backed up into the pipes and stayed there because I removed the tank. And it sloshed back in right away. That was 20,000 liters. I don't know if I had enough pipe to hold 20,000 liters. You know, they only hold 500 liters per segment. And it's coming down from right here, straight from underneath the distiller. It might have sloshed all the way back up through all of that pipe toward the, that's still 20,000 liters and only, you know, 80 to 100 pipe segments. It's only 5,000 liters. Well, in either case, thank God for that. Holy freaking hell. Okay, so anyway. What a freaking saving grace that was. Where'd my little tiny pipe... right there.
Let's make some fucking noise. Let's make some fucking noise.
Whee! Dang.
Let's make some fucking noise. Let's make some fucking noise.
Where'd that just go? Where'd my night? There it is. Visual glitch. Fortunately, that's a two-way pipe.
Let's make some fucking noise.
Made that slip of the hand mistake. Yeah, because the aim point of the mouse is real sensitive. Now I don't use it. I ended up doing the same thing in Tectonic there. Oh, the destruction tool. Oh my god. And that wasn't really a slip in the hand, because what I did is I marked the beginning and I mapped it out. And when I deleted it, you know, this is the problem. You can't see a ghost of what's down below that's highlighted right now. And I must have tagged the fluid tank underneath and I couldn't see it. So I probably should have raised it up so that just anything above it gets deleted. See how the light stayed there? And I didn't do that. I didn't raise it up so I couldn't see what was highlighted down below. And they need to add that little ghost down below it, or downward. You can do it. You just have to be careful of where you drag the outline. It's just it's sensitive, is what it is. Oh, do they? The elevator setup. You mean for being able to see up or down from the drag function? Or the outline function? I mean, I know they have the guides on the elevators. They have the blue guide beacons. Right, but that's what I'm saying with the multi-tool, the bulk delete. You can, you know, mark the first slot and you can drag it out, mark the area, and now you have the blue where you can go up. But I'm actually highlighting, because I'm aiming down this way, I'm actually highlighting things down below that you can't see a ghost outline for. So anywhere I aim my mouse over here, I'm actually highlighting see how it's highlighting down below? You can't see that from above. You can see what you highlight above it. But when I aim down here, I'm highlighting down below there. And it's going to delete what I can't see. So I have to, when I'm above, I have to make sure I drag above somewhere. You know, either one block or level. And it only deletes that level. If I was aiming below, it would have deleted all of that. Oh, how could they do that though? Oh, right. Righto. Doggo time, lurk time, job time. I see what you're saying though, yeah. That's what I was saying. We needed some sort of ghost image that appears down below to see if we've accidentally dragged that down below. That would be ideal. Yeah, totally agree with that. It's 11:30 here. You're late for work, mister. What are you doing playing? I knew that was going to happen. Oh, that bad boy is moving now. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. They're both in operation. All three are in operation. All right, now we had 5.6 million. You know what? Wonder how much is in that pipe now. I bet you she's flowing. Wish we could see a flow rate. That would be ideal. Well, there's only 400 going into the pipes now, which means I need another pump jack. I need to keep it as close to 500 as possible. 470-ish. 480, 470 to 480. We might be okay with 3 pumps. Yeah, 490. Yeah, I think we're gonna be okay with that. Unless it starts going down because of the demand of the processing of the oil. Hard to say because it's just sloshing a bit. I think we're going to be fine with 3, but we'll just keep an eye on that. Let's see what our 5.6 million is down to. Oh, 5.1 million. We were at 5.67 million. We've used 500,000 in the last 30 minutes. Yep. We've used 500, that's 500,000. We've used 500,000 in the last 30 minutes. That's how much oil we're processing. And that's what I hate about this game, is having to go on the hunt for more oil, disassemble that pipeline, build another pipeline, and it's going to only last a couple game days. Especially at the rate that I'm using it. And I have not even stepped up my robot production. Haven't even stepped that up yet. Right now I'm producing. Sorry about that. Right now I am producing one every 4 minutes. One every 15 seconds. Eventually, I'm going to be producing 60 a minute. Which means, and that's going to be even more oil. Because pistons, polymer boards, paint, especially this paint. This is just paint. 800 liters a minute of paint, which is 400 liters a minute low density fluid. And I'm only using the paint once every 15 seconds. But this is the thing right here. It uses 3,200 liters per minute. So right now I'm using 800 liters for every robot. 4 robots a minute, divide by 4, 32 by 4 is 8. I'm using 800 liters of paint per robot. I don't see how those robots need 800 liters. That's just madness. That is madness. You know what? There's no way to tell exactly how much is being used per robot. Maybe we can see. No, it goes so fast you can't see. Well, here's the bad news. You cannot, this line stops if you don't use paint. Paint is the last process. This line does not operate without a paint station. That's the bad news. That's the bad news. Well, poor Evil Ray set up his line without the paint. And he's like, how come I can't get it to go into the warehouse? He couldn't get any of his robots to go into the warehouse because he didn't have the paint station on. I said, you have to have the paint station. There's no way around it. He's like, oh, for God's sakes, you know, and then he had to build all of the paint setup, you know, which is, you know, getting the paint down here from all these chemistry labs and adding in the Olamite, the Olamite gas, the water, those three make the paint. He was like, for God's sakes. You just can't get around it. You can't, the line doesn't finish, the line doesn't operate unless the paint is there. Because, you know, you don't want to sell corroded robots. By the way, Peanut picked those colors too, by the way. I agree. I agree based solely on the volume of the fluids and the gas, because you have to use Olamite gas. Water is, fortunately, the one item in the recipe is the water, which is infinite. But the other two, the Olamite gas and the low-density fluid, they have to make this an optional. They have to make this optional. Because, oh my God, the volume of fluids and gas that's used. I mean, shit, you know, the tank holds 5,000 liters because it's going to use 3,200 a minute. Well, yeah, you know what? I say it's a whole lot easier to reduce this volume. Reduce this volume 3,000 liters per minute if this line was at maximum. It's like, what? That needs to be changed. Either the end point has to be, the ratio has to be changed, or there needs to be a whole lot more oil in the reservoir than 10 million. I'm seeing on average 10 million. So anywhere between 8 million and 12 million per oil vein. And they're too far away, which takes a ton of pipe construction and blasting through mountains, you know. They just need to change the ratios. They're just unrealistic, extremely unrealistic right now. So when this one's done, remove all that pipe, and I'm probably going to leave this section here and just go due east to that one right there, since this one's already empty. And that way, all I have to do is lay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 major blocks. That's 25 per section. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 100. So that's 500 pipes to lay. Make a mega factory doing the construction drones for sale. You know what? That's right, because right now the the service robots, those are 200 Fermilite bars each. The construction drones are only 5 bars each, which I have. You can see that little line right down there. The problem with that volume, I am fully on board with making the construction drones and not making any of the robots, except for one thing. You can't get a throughput from the warehouse up to the space station fast enough to give you all the Fermilite bars you need to smelt into Fermilite plates. Liquid in plates. That's that choke point. So it forces you into making the robots to get a better sales price to keep up the speed, the throughput of your Fermilite bars and Fermilite plates and Fermilite liquid. That's a huge choke point. They are. I think everybody gets that exact same feeling. Everybody feels like, well, this is totally not worth it because I'm losing money making robots. So, you know, you have all these factories making the Fermilite plates from the Fermilite bars. And see, that's the loop. That's the loop right there. The Fermilite plates go into making the robots. It very well, you know what? I might have a rethink on that, because I think you hit on the ticket right there. Making the construction robots only takes the energy cell. So you don't have to make Fermilite bars. Nothing Fermilite goes into making these. That just might be the ticket right there. Well, they do. So here, that's a whole nother thing about this game. This is the only warehouse that delivers robots up to the space station. So you have to have a transport ship go up over to the platform, or over to 00, and up to the space station. That takes an extraordinary amount of time. Or you take these assembly line segments, what they're calling spacers, and you run them. You put this warehouse all the way up there at 00, and then run that path. They've got angled, like stairs. They've got angled ones. So you put one up here, and you run your robot assembly line right up to the end of it, and very possibly put your assembly robots up here as well, your assembly line. Instead of doing it on the ground and making a huge ramp of stairs, just put it all up here so that the warehouse for the assembly line is right here at 00, and then they only got to go up and down, like I did with my Space Station Requester warehouse and my maintenance construction robots. But see, I can send my construction robots up here, which is why I put this cargo pad up here. Maintenance drone. So I can send my maintenance drones up here. I haven't put the construction warehouse up here. Send my maintenance drones up there via cargo ship, which is why that one's down there, instead of sending them into this warehouse down here and then send a ship over up there and all that time wasted. Just put this up there and then cargo my drones up there. That way, these guys can keep going back and forth 2,000 at a time. If I understand it correctly, you can have more warehouses for the drones. Yes. Right. So you can have as many of these as you want because you're belting the maintenance part. This is the maintenance parts, not the drones. The drones are coming over to... Oh, right now, this is what I'm doing, is I'm sending the maintenance drones into my cargo ship, which you can have as many of these as you want, and they go up, and you can do them anywhere on the map you want. From anywhere on the map, you can send them on up here. Into the platform, and then belt them right into the sales warehouse. So you only need one sales warehouse for the construction drone or the maintenance drones. One warehouse up here that goes straight up and straight back. That's all you need. And then as many cargo ships as you want delivering maintenance drones over here. That'll get you the highest throughput, you know, based on how many you're doing. And then the cargo ships can all day long rotate in and out, dropping off cargo. Have yourself a little, you know, buffer straight into the warehouse. Then a transport ship can come from right here, pick up the cargo straight up, and come back and park. That eliminates a lot of travel time. This, I had that confused. This down here is just the construction, maintenance and construction stuff for building modules. Yeah, absolutely. So if you, I mean, if you had the throughput, if you had like 100 cargo ships delivering up here and you overload your buffer and you need a second warehouse or a third warehouse or a fourth warehouse, belt them all straight in. So then your transport ships just hop right over 1 or 2 or 3 and go straight up and deliver and come right back down. That's the shortest throughput you can get. And then, of course, you can have your maintenance drones built, I mean, literally in hundreds of factories with all the cargo ships coming up here and delivering. Boom, they drop one off, he takes off, boom, drops one off, takes off, which is completely independent of and exclusive from the transport ship hopping over to the warehouse and going straight up. So that operation can go as quickly as a space station can handle it. This can go unlimited. Based on, you know, you could stretch out, you know, 10 warehouses if you could. I don't know how many they hold. I think it's 1,000, just like the space station requester only holds 1,000. I think the yellow can only hold 1,000, which is why I put a buffer here so I can have 6,400 in here waiting to go up if I need to. But that's 6 yellow warehouses too. So doing it this way, you can expand this tremendously. Okay, mate, quit goofing off. Quit being late for work. Thanks for the lurk, mate. I've got to step up the drone production too. You know what? That's a good idea. Drones instead of robots, because this line can stretch out forever. Just based on those parts. No Thermalite needed. What a sweet idea. No Thermalite required. The only Thermalite we need right now that's an absolute can't get around is Thermalite for yellow science. These bars right here. This stuff, this is what the Thermalite plates are used for. Oh, see, robot parts. But if you're not making robots, you don't need Thermalite. And then you don't have to use all this paint. Because see, Thermalite bars go into making the torso. Thermalite plates go into making the torso. Robot parts go into making everything. The torso, the head, the arms. What does our science take? That's a big thing. Ah, there it is. There's the there's the kicker. Right there. You have to have robot parts and the pistons to make Science 5 and the CPUs. So as long as you need robot parts, you gotta make plates. Because plates are part of the robot parts. Wow. There it is. It's the science. You have to get Thermalite bars to make Thermalite liquid, to make Thermalite plates. But hang on. Hang on, let's back up and rethink that again. If we're getting our Thermalite from the drones... Yeah, alright, so that's still doable. The Thermalite bar, or Thermalite plates and the robot parts, which come from the plates. We don't need to make robots at all, just drones. Because the Thermalite bars come in, they get turned to liquid, liquid comes out, they get turned into plates. The bars and the plates make the drones. Actually, no, they don't make the drones. We're selling the drones to get the Thermalite bars. That's the ticket right there. That's robot parts. Thermalite bars for yellow science, Thermalite plates for red science. As long as we're selling drones to get Thermalite, that's all we need. And the drones only require these 4 items. You know what? Firehammer did it again. That's the ticket right there. Fire hammer to the rescue. That fixes everything. That fixes the demand for oil. You know what? That fixes everything. That fixes the demand for oil, so there's not a huge demand for the oil. Don't need any paint, which gives you plenty of oil, ultimate gas, low density fluid, all of that stays in the factory for other things. Instead of feeding 1,600 liters a minute out to paint. That's the answer right there. That's the answer. There you go. Make the maintenance drone, excuse me, not robots. That is 100% of the answer right there. Okay. Good. That means we can expand and extend all these factories, of course, vertically. We build them all straight up to get our more and more and more throughput. Well, Firehammer just gave us the focus that we needed. All right, all of the science is going to come up here, which is fine. We need to take these three. Actually, we don't need to take them right away. Where are the labs at? Labs. Crusher. Labs, please. There they are. Some rods. Grab them, the rods. Now we got airspace above, nothing blocked below. We can do these bad boys. They're actually gonna get 6 sciences eventually. We don't have to belt anything up here. We can just do elevators. How about that? And we can do them right here too. Oh, yes. How many have I got? 2. That's actually 1. 2 parts. So let's make 6. 1, 2, 3. Four, 5, 6. That's 3 elevators. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 elevators. And that's 6 different sciences because we're anticipating the 6th science dropping pretty soon. So right now, maintenance drones are it. If when Science Pack 6 drops, and there's some sort of... No, we're already using Thermalite plates and Thermalite bars for Science 4 and Science 5, so there shouldn't be anything additional. Unless Science Pack 6 includes robots to be made for the Science Pack. Then it'll go back to sucking again. Actually, let's rotate these. Let's just rotate them. They only need 1 output per. Yep, they only need 1 output per. I'm out of iron plates and electric components. All right, so they will take they'll take 1, 2. No, there's no inputs up here at all, silly goof. The inputs are all at the bottom. One, 2, 3, 4. Did it in the wrong spot. 5. Oh my god. Now, as far as belts go, we can do 1, 2. No. We can do 1, 2, 3. That will be on one side. And I reckon we'll put the panel like that. They actually can be side by side, can't they? But we'll go ahead and space them out. That's 7. We can do a whole nother row of that. Woohoo! Then of course we will have one, two, three, and Bob's your uncle. There we go. Oh, I should have made doubles. That's all right, we can still do that. Uh, We did that one backwards. All right, there's our new science. And look at that, red lines up perfectly with it. How about that? %78 pump jack efficiency. Getting there. Ugh. Which floor isn't powered? Come on, all of those match. What's the deal? Oh. Well, the deal, Rocket, you derp, is you have to remove all of the metal underneath them. That's only part of them. So you have to go from there to there. And it's like magic. How about that? Wow. How much does that suck? Those elevators dropped me from 40 FPS down to 30. What? The elevators are the drain on FPS. Holy smokes. Wow. Who would have thought that? It's gotta get out of range of the elevators. A little bit more. All right, now I'm out of the chunk with all the elevators in it. How about that? 37, 38 FPS? So, I'm outside the chunk with the elevators in it, and we're at 48 FPS, 50 FPS. All right, now you can see the chunk that we're in right here, and we're at 50 FPS down here in the bottom left. Now watch what happens when I get into this chunk. Bam. Oh, hang on. There it goes, 31, 24, 34. It's the elevators. Now I'm facing, there's 28 to 32 FPS. And what's in front of me? Elevators, elevators. That's unbelievable. Elevators are the FPS hit. Mr. Campbell! Welcome to the stream, mate. Why is it so high? Oh, the elevator. Absolutely, 100%. So, when we spawn, 0, 0, you know, I marked 0, 0. You can see that up here. So 0, 0 is the center of your spawn, and yeah, unfortunately, because of the travel time of the transport ships, it takes so long to fly out somewhere over the map, fly all the way down to the warehouse, pick up from the warehouse, fly all the way back over to 0, and then go straight up to the space station. Everything happens at the space station. So this is 0, 0 right here. Boom, 0, 0. So I just brought all the transport ships up here. So they can go from here, straight up, straight down, deliver drones, deliver Thermalite bars, and then just send the Thermalite bars down. The max height these can go is 250. They'll fly higher. You can fly higher. I can go up to 268, 270. I can go up to 270 right here. That's the max. That's as high as we can fly, 270. The buildings can only go 250. So if you try to build higher, right there, 255. If I stand on this, oops, see, you can't even stand on it. It's not really there. I mean, it's there, but it's not really there. You can only build the 250. See, I literally just went right down through the solid blocks. I'm inside the solid blocks because that's the glitch. And now I'm stuck because I have to have a way out. Let me out. Up, up, up. There we go. 250 is... I'm at actually 248. So it's... My feet are at 248. 250 are these plugs. That's as high as you can build. I mean, I put the blocks here, but as you can see, the sides are invisible, but the middle is not. I mean, the middle is, see, it just throws you out. So solid sides, invisible top. So just as a safety, the cable connectors I put at 250. That's as high as you can go. Broke something. I broke something. Which block did I... Whoa! Which block did I remove? Did I accidentally remove? Ah, very good thing. Right there. Yeah, I know the backwards. I wasn't too worried about them. Thanks, Fueled. Welcome to the chat, by the way. Yeah, I'm not, that's just cosmetic. I know they're backwards. I was just using them as a marker. I'm not even fueling powering all the pads. They don't actually have to be powered. The only time you need power on the pads is if you're going to recall all the ships and erase the pad and move it. That's the only time you need power on it anyway. So... And if I were going to do that, I would just take a cable, connect it up. Then I'd shut down and erase the transport pad. But they don't need to be there. They don't need to be there draining your power for no reason. They still work without power. Oh yeah, no worries, mate. Thanks for lurking. I'm pretty good at curing people's insomnia, so if you can't get to sleep, you know, a few minutes of the stream, you're good to go. Well, Kimball, what was the what's the elevator problem that you're running into? And by the way, 250 is officially the top of the building area. Oh, right. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get around that. Because the elevators are going to have the highest hit on FPS for anybody. It's just I have a mid-range system. And I don't have enough CPU and GPU power to render the animation for the elevators. But, you know, they could also do some... I mean, that doesn't mean that the developers can't do some optimization with the code on elevators. And there's usually optimization scheduled in. No, it's not the height, because even with this one large elevator, I was fine. It was until I put these 6 in here, which are very short, that I suddenly took a hit to my FPS and I dropped from 33 down to about 27. It's all got to do with the number of vertices. The number of vertices and the number of drawing a blank. Yeah, fueled. I'm sure there's going to be an optimization in the roadmap, at least 1 or 2 optimizations in the roadmap. A few months apart, I'm sure, maybe 3 to 4 months apart. I just have to be careful, because in order to gain my FPS back, I have to lower the settings in order to do that. And it just, after a while, when you lower the settings, they start looking worse and worse. So, but it's all about the rendering, the vertices, the texture maps, and then the animations within those. Because see, what we're having to do is render an object that's animated inside the texture, which has an alpha layer so that you can see through it. So that's what that's all about. And that just takes a whole lot more compute processing power. So yep. Not as bad as particles. So the steam or the smoke, whatever you want to call these particles actually render very quickly and process, as far as compute power. Sprites and particles, they render quite well. But when it comes to this type of object, they aren't sprites and they're not particles, they're actual objects. So, well, I don't know. I think the animation looks pretty cool. It's just, sadly, I built my rig back 5 years ago, and I built it to last 5 years, and I had a budget of $1,500, and I stayed under $1,500. So I get what I get. Yeah, it's only a performance cost because of my rig. More up to date, more current rigs, computers right now, not an issue. Not an issue. I'm running I'm on a Ryzen 5. So 5 years ago, back in 2019, when I built this, I was limited to $1,500. So I got the Ryzen 5 3600 6-core, and I got the AMD Radeon RX 5700 XT GPU, 32 gigs of RAM. I'm on an AM4 motherboard socket. I'm on a B450 motherboard MSI with an AM4 socket. So I can play 95% of all my games really well without any disturbing issues. But it's lasted 5 years. It's lasted. My $1,500 investment has paid off. It's just time to build a better one. Yes, I've been building computers for about 40 years. 40 years. Yeah, Fueled, if you have a current, even if it's not high end, even if you have a today's date mid-range machine, it should be able to do just fine. Yeah, I'm all A&D. Intel Mobo motherboard, I'll agree to half of that, because it's not about the brand name, it's about the correct combination. So any Intel motherboard with an NVIDIA graphics card will do well. Some Intel motherboards with an AMD GPU will do well. It's far less. So it's like I don't know how old anybody is. I'm quite old. I'm in my 60s. Back in the day when you're building a Kenwood stereo system, if you went with Kenwood, then your receiver was Kenwood, your graphics equalizer was Kenwood, your preamp was Kenwood, your speakers were Kenwood. Everything's engineered to work together, so you stick with the brands. In today's world with computers, you can't necessarily stick with brands because Intel makes a motherboard, Intel makes an onboard chipset. I don't even think they make the onboard chipset, but you can't stick with brands. So you have to find the combination, the brand combination that works. So Intel and NVIDIA GPUs work well together across the board. Intel and some AMD graphics cards will work together well, but only some Intel boards. AMD boards will work with AMD GPUs all day long, just like Intel works with NVIDIA. Some AMD boards will work good with certain NVIDIA GPUs. So it's all about doing a lot of research and finding the right combination for your for the setup that you want. So yeah, so well, I mean, you could have been on an Intel board, and CPU can die just as easily as it can on a AMD board. But there's also onboard chipsets as well for graphics. Yeah, that's right, Fueled. And in your experience, you'll probably have noted that not all of the combinations work, even though the brands are the same, you know, Intel and AMD. You can have different models of Intel and different models of AMD. Some will work and some won't. It's all about the architecture. It's not as easy as it used to be. It's gotten a lot more difficult because of Intel, because of NVIDIA, because of AMD. So, you know, it's if you find somebody that builds computers and has been doing it for a long time, you're probably going to hit the jackpot. Foxconn. Yeah, wow. I've just gotten to the point nowadays, I am so far behind the power curve. I'm barely keeping up with the specs of the Intels, the specs of NVIDIA, and specs of GPU, AMD, just to be able to put together a good system. That's as far as I've gone. I haven't been able to put the energy or the time into the conventions, into the news groups, into all of the people that try it, test it, break it, burn it up, you know, all that stuff. I'm just not in those groups anymore. So I do the research myself, and enough to get my rig going. Peanut, my little boy, he's got all of my hand-me-down stuff. And it works. It's all he needs. He's only 12. I would like to be able to put together a nice actually, I need to build 2 rigs because I want to have a streaming PC and I want to have a capture PC. Right now I'm running everything off of one machine. Everything. So I've got 4 monitors, I've got the game, I've got OBS, I got the encoding. Everything is running on my 5-year-old CPU or PC. Yep. But that being said, my CPU is only hovering around 40 to 50% utilization. The CPU is hovering around 57 to 63 C. My GPU is hovering around 65 C at the junction. Yeah, it's not doing horrible. Yes, Jeeves, thanks very much, mate, and thanks for the follow, Fueled. Yeah, I don't have any room to complain at all because a 5-year-old mid-range at the time when I built it, it was a mid-range PC. You know, Ryzen 5, come on. It's lasted 5 years. It's still doing its thing. I have no room to complain. I'm still playing games. Yeah, I'm taking some hits on FPS. I might take a little bit of hit on temperature and have to crank up the fan speed. But I got absolutely no room to complain. If I built one today, which would never be under $15 or $1,500, and I was taking performance hits, then I'd complain. But I got no room. So we do pretty good, you know. Keenan's going to be going to college in 6 or so years, so, you know, I got to be careful of that also. If I build another rig, it's going to be another 5-year rig. But that's the way I like to do it. Technology, that's the thing. Technology moves along at a fast enough pace that everything I built into this machine 5 years ago is well and truly out of date. It was almost out of date a year later. Oh, you know what? That's funny that you asked that. So, the FPS I have down in the lower left here, that's a Steam overlay. Strangely enough, and I don't know where it was coming from, there was an FPS up here in a white font that was as large as this pump jack efficiency at the top right. And it was square, and it's, you know, and it was showing just the number, just the FPS. That looked like it was a game feature, but I don't know how I turned it on or how I turned it off. And it's gone. So I just have the Steam FPS overlay on the bottom left. But also my GPU shows the FPS in the AMD Adrenalin GPU utility program. Steam overlay, I believe, is in Steam settings, not in the it's in the Steam settings, which is hang on, if you go to Steam settings, interface. Hang on. Not interface. In-game. So go to Steam settings, scroll down to the in-game category, the Steam overlay. Enable the Steam overlay while in game is the first one. Click that on, and then a little further down is in-game FPS counter. And you can choose bottom left, bottom right, top right. Turn it off. And whether it's a high contrast, I just changed it to gray, low contrast. You can toggle it to high contrast. Unfortunately, you can't change the font size. But there you go. That's pretty good, Fueled. That's pretty darn good. Anywhere under $1,000 is pretty darn good, and still running today did really, really well. You know, and that's why, you know, I do mine at 5 years at a time, because technology just moves along too fast for a 5-year-old machine to be capable of doing a lot of the good, cool stuff. So, yeah, see, mine's an MSI B450, 32 gigabyte. Yeah, and I'm running the 3600 CPU as well. Yeah, exactly. And I think, right, I haven't looked in about 5 years, but I'm pretty sure graphics cards have just about doubled in price in the last 4 or 5 years. It's just insane. Insane. Well, I haven't been doing much building, have I? Just been sitting here jaw-jacking. Oh, that's excellent, Fuel. I got a lot of spare parts, a lot of cases, a lot of power supplies, a lot of drives, but anymore these days, the only time I would put any of that stuff together is if somebody was, you know, if it was a student PC and they needed to do, you know, calculator, spreadsheet, you know, maybe a drawing program or something like that. Otherwise, none of it would be powerful or fast enough. Yeah, Kemble, that crypto mining, that's what the big problem was. Yeah. Anyway, oh, my cam's been off. As you can see, oh, right there, we are coming up on a break. For people that are subscribers or Twitch Turbo, you're not going to have any ads. But I only run ads once an hour, so we have the least amount of interruption to a stream. During that ad break, I'll be pausing the gameplay so that nobody misses anything, and everybody can have a stretch and a hydrate and a bio break or whatever you need. So you don't have to watch the ads unless you want to sit and watch the ads. But you know, it's a good scheduled once an hour break that you can have in your mind. You can see the time coming up and schedule your break times during that, and you won't miss a thing. So anyway, that's about to start here in about 45 seconds. So it says 18, or it says ads start in 10 seconds, but Jeeves will announce when the ads actually start. And I'll go top up my coffee. Hybrid liquid cooled. Okay, I guess the ads are starting. We'll be right back, guys. All right, we're back, everybody. Hope everyone got a good stretch, hydrate, bio break, all that good stuff. Okay. 1080 card. Oh, there you go. Yeah, good for that one's good for encoding. Fortunately, encoding doesn't have a huge demand. It's still pretty hefty, but you know. But it can handle today's encoders just fine. That's the one saving grace about that. But that's kind of why I'd like to split out into a streaming rig and a gaming rig instead of running everything off of one. I mean, I have 4 monitors. One of my main monitor is the Samsung 49-inch ultra-wide curved, and then 2 Acer monitors, and then my 24-inch tablet, which is not, I mean, which is big and heavy. It's not really a tablet. It's what would you call it? It's a computer basically, but it's an artist tablet. So I have a little stylus pen that I use on the display to do my art. I have a nifty little 2-finger glove that goes on the pinky and the ring finger so that you can rest your hand against it when you're doing your artwork. But it honestly, it's a computer, 24-inch tablet. Yeah, that was my plan, Fueled. I was thinking because of the age and the capacity, you know, the capabilities of this rig, using it as the stream, and then just build the new one for the gaming. No, it's Huon. It's not Wacom. It's the Huon. I can't even think of the name of it. Hang on a second. Where'd my tablet go? I lost the icon for my tablet. Sad am I. I am such a dirt. I either moved it or...
I guess I'll disappear inside my phone. Text every girl that I've ever known.
Oh, I did something. It's called the Canvas Pro 24 GT240. It's Huion. Yeah, that's the right Huion. That's a pretty good way to use that for lefties. I didn't realize it couldn't do lefty. But yeah, it's the Canvas Pro 24 GT240. And that's actually my fourth monitor that I use as a monitor. It wasn't too badly priced either when I got it. I think that was the specs and the price kind of got my attention. Yes, big drawing pad. Oh, okay, right. The only spec I don't like about it, wow, might have to do a save here, is the power draw on it. Oh my God, they could have done a whole lot better with the power supply in the Canvas Pro. Oh, $60. Yeah, that's like free. That's like free. I think mine cost me, it was somewhere between $800 and $900. Somewhere in there, I think, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's right. Because they've got a lot of models to select from. It's amazing. But you got to really pay attention to the specs and know what you're buying it for, because it can either do the job or it might fall short if you're not paying attention to the specs. So, oops. Joey, I've just been using the iPad Pro. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I used to be a huge Apple fan. And you might remember this because you've been into computers for so long and building them so long. I had, before the Intel chips were introduced to the G Max, I had a PowerPC G5. Yep. It was on the PowerPC CPU. It is the G5, all in one. I was on that, but I loved Mac back in the day. Yeah, and the problem, the only biggest gripe I had with Apple was everything was $79. A mouse, $79. A keyboard, $79. Any peripheral, $79. Upgrade, and that was back in the day when every upgrade you had to pay for, $179. Another upgrade, $179. You know, it's like they use the same price for everything. And I didn't like having to pay for everything to be upgraded and every peripheral costing way too much. I love Apple operating system. I love drag and drop installs. It made me feel more comfortable because I'm a Linux fanboy. I've been Linux since dinosaurs crapped on the ground. Which is why I run Windows in a VM. But I love Apple Macintosh. I just don't like their price. I don't love their pricing model. I don't like the way they do that. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. You know, I don't mind the fact they went with Intel. Intel was a great step forward to get away from PowerPC. I didn't like how they were sourcing mechanical components for the graphics side for the G5s, because my G5 melted down twice. The GPU section of the motherboard, or the graphics board that was part of the motherboard. I'm sure all that's changed. I might even, and I didn't like the fact that when the MacBook Air came out and they stopped using optical drives and whatnot, now not such a big problem because nobody has an optical drive anymore. I didn't like that aspect of it, but I might get back on board with Mac because I did like that familiarity and that comfortable system resource utilization. Yeah, it's a hardware company that makes software. That's right. Yeah, it was a great idea with zero ability toward implementation and no market for it. So, I mean, the only market for the MacBook Air was businessmen flying around on their Learjets, and they just needed a connection to the internet, and that was it, and they could just do their thing. But you know what? How many businessmen are brought up and know the Mac? You know? I actually don't have a particular daily. So I've got LMDE, the Linux Mint Debian edition. I do have a Linux Mint distro. On my laptop, I'm running strictly Pop OS. On my not my MacBook, on my laptop, which is a Slimbook Executive, is strictly Pop OS. But I like a lot of different distros. I've tested hundreds. I even run a Linux group on MeWe. My Linux group on MeWe, I've got about 28,000 members in the group. Oh, sorry. I'm running, what am I running? I forgot. Not Atmos. What was, I rarely look at the splash screen and I've completely forgot. Hang on a second. Let me take a look real quick. It's actually not one of the normal ones that I normally run. There it is, Parrot OS. Mr. Skash, how are you doing? How are you going with Debian and Casa OS? Oh, Arch is not such a bad thing, Fueled. Arch is incredibly customizable, and you just really have to know a lot in the Linux world to make good use of and be able to get around the system. Arch is not bad at all. Oh, what's the Grub? Is it Grub or Grub 2? You should have Grub 2 running for the Grub menu. You probably will, Fuel. Once you get into Arch and you realize how much is open to you to mess with and play with, and I'll give you one warning. You can seriously break your machine with Arch, or you can seriously make a hot rod out of it. Skash, what happened with Grub? Is it Grub, the old Grub, or the Grub 2? Failed to boot, yeah. Oh, I never got into that one, Fueled. I actually used to be a frequent panel member on Big Daddy Linux Live, and we used to test a distro every week. But I never went with Crunchbang. Skash, if you found the chat side on in my MeWe group, you know, there's the mainstream where you post messages and stuff like that. You can post a message there, state what the problem is, put as much detail in his problem as you can. But on the tabs on the menu above, you'll see chat, and it'll take you to the chat part of the group. And there's almost always somebody around to have a chat with. Oh, okay. It sounded kind of like a Debian derivative. I think we've got blue ready to go up here. Oh, not yet. I haven't organized blue yet. Better grab some rods and plates. Actually got plenty of both now. ZSH? Yeah. I think once anybody's gotten their hands on ZSH, they start to love it pretty quickly. So this is actually going to go probably as far as that. And likewise on the other side, we're going up to... Actually, I want to leave a space. Yeah, because I didn't leave enough of a walk space. I wanted to leave a 2-lane walk space on each side. But, That's where we're going with this. The only problem is this is not going to space out properly because of that. That's basically where that's going to go. All right, so once we move this over, all right, so that's red, then blue, and of course copper wire is going to be in the way, but that's also going to get moved. Age-old Linux most hated love question. What text out? I use so many of them. So many of them. But, you know, the funny thing is I don't use it very often. I've gotten so far away from scripting and programming and, you know, using a text editor for anything. Emacs is fine. I even use Notepad++, but not Cherry Tree. Cherry Tree is kind of my organizer. There's only one answer. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. I use Cherry Tree for everything, but that's not a text editor. Yeah, Vim. There's actually one that I felt was better than Vim. Yeah, IDE's pretty good. What was that one? I was using one that it had all of your standard text formatting and all of that built in and combined with all of the programming. So everything was at your fingertips for text documents, graphical, adding, you know, graphics to it, a standard word processor plus programming. Yeah, VS Code is good. I mean, as a programming, but it's not an all-encompassing. So it's not a word processor as well as coding software. I don't think anyway, but that's just my personal opinion. There was another one I can't think of what the name of it was. Is VS Code up to that speed now? Does it incorporate God, I don't even know what version of VS Code I looked at last. It's been a while. Sublime. Yep, that's it. That's exactly the one I was thinking of. It just seemed like it had incorporated a lot more features for functionality. But again, I never really branched into it heavily. It's more user-friendly now. Nice. I might need to pull out VS Code a bit. Is VS Code Microsoft-based? No. Visual Studio is Microsoft-based? Tell me it's not so. Tell me it ain't so. I never even thought to look to see. Well, I knew it was open source. I'll be damned, Microsoft. Well, you know what? I'll give them that. Because it is I mean, it's a standalone app, you know. If that's the one thing they do that's good, that's their claim to fame, because so far the OS sucks ass. And I really don't know how to say it nice, but even as far back as Windows 3.0, Windows has never been able to wrap their head around programming the OS to properly handle system resources and find the power of the computer. They just haven't been able to do it, which is why Linux and Mac basically unleash the power of a PC. Microsoft could never do that. Yeah. You know, that's the great thing about FOSS. That's the great thing about FOSS, free and open source software. Yes, it is. So that would be, Skash, that would be BSD. Yeah, you know, and the thing, Fueled, is Microsoft has been around for so long. There's no excuse in the world why they cannot get all of their engineers sit down and figure out how to unleash the power of the system resources and the machine itself. They have just never been able to address that, ever. It's their biggest shortfall. And because of that, that's why I'm Linux and Mac, because they figured it out. You know, I have, you know, mid-range machines, and not counting games, because everybody rates how good Microsoft is based on games. Doesn't work like that. But all of my Linux machines run circles around any Windows machines I've ever had. Windows OS only. As far as system resources, system utilization, speed of execution, Linux and Mac have always been superior to Microsoft. Yep, Darwin, that's right. Actually, not just BSD, every Linux distribution is GNU, because the actual true proper name is GNU Linux. It's just people drop off the GNU for some reason. I don't know why that ever got to be like that. Every Linux operating system, or the Linux operating system, is GNU Linux. Did I just mix blue and red on the same belt? Hang on. No, I did not. I didn't think so. I don't know what I was doing. Oh yeah, I was making room. Because we're going to transfer the blue over. But we need to get copper out of the way. I'm having so much fun chatting with you. Yeah, the kernel. That's what the kernel. GNU Linux kernel. I got so sidetracked from what I was doing because I'm enjoying chat so much. Blue. Right. We're getting blue over here because, or moving blue. The copper's in the way. Machine parts and rods. All right, so foundation and the conveyor belts make the red. Foundation conveyor, and then this actually needs to move down in here, which is a really tight space that I didn't want to be in. Which means moving the copper and the electronics. Dang. Yeah, you know what? When I was building this bus line, it was just to get one of everything down. Thank you, autosave. I'll actually do one myself at this point. I was just putting the bus line down to put one of everything down to find out what the footprint's going to be, what the extent of production is going to be, processes, all that kind of stuff. And of course, I crammed everything in right next to each other. And now doing the rebuild, moving the old stuff out of the way to put the new stuff in is an hassle, to say the least. Because I'm trying to do it without shutting anything down. I'm going to have to shut it down anyway. Oh, yay. All right, so this will help a little bit. So get rid of this and that one, and then we'll do that and that, and we'll get rid of that, that, and that. Put that there. And then this will be... Yep. No. Okay. Get your fingers on the right keys. There we go. Okay. Because we don't need a grab bag of red belts at all anymore. That was just in the very beginning. Yeah, what do we... I haven't even been keeping up. What kernel are we on lately? I think we're up in the... Are we up to 7 yet? We're up, no, we're up to 6. I mean, we're in the 6s, I think. Are we up to 7 yet? Version 7? I think we're up to 6.7. LTS is 5. Really? LTS is still 5. Oh, for Red Hat. Yeah. Well, Red Hat's kind of fell away from... Oh, the Red Hat Enterprise is... There's a whole debacle there. I didn't even think Red Hat was still operating. Who was that? Not Solus. Didn't that whole thing just split up and fall apart, or is Red Hat still a thing? No, I think Red Hat is operating independently now. if I'm not mistaken, away from Solaris or Solus? No, what the hell were they? Osiris? Dang it. Yeah, they almost killed their own project. That's right. Solaris. Yeah. Yeah, that, you know what, that whole thing should have never happened. Should have never happened. So I'm on the Pop OS 2204 LTS. Trying to find out what happened to the kernel information. I didn't realize the stable was still in 5. I thought the kernel was already up to. I haven't seen a kernel update because I've got it on automatic. Yes, indeed, Fedora. Yes, indeed. CentOS. Yeah. That's who I was trying to think of. CentOS. I thought CentOS took over Red Hat. Oh my gosh, we could get into so much Linux. You know, I used to have Linux streams before gaming, and now here I am gaming and haven't done a Linux stream in so long. Well, yeah, see, there's that too, Skash. Usually people say Linux is an alternative to Windows. Have no clue that, number one, Linux is 32 years old, and Windows is actually an alternative to Linux. And the whole reason for that is because of Bill Gates. Because Bill Gates wanted to sell to a broader market to gain the highest market share and make the most profits out of selling to people that only know how to click and drag. That's it. That's why Windows became a thing. So that the dumbest people on the internet, or the dumbest people in the world, could get onto a computer and onto the internet, because all you had to do was click and open a window. That's the whole premise of Microsoft. To dumb it down. Oh, Microsoft could never kill Linux. Never. Oh, there we go. Fueled. We are into 6.9 or 6.9.1 as the latest Linux kernel stable, with the main line being 6.9. LTS is 6.6.31. I knew we were up higher than 5. Everybody wants an alternative to Universal Account, the UAC. Everybody does. Nobody wants to be with Microsoft's Universal Account Control. And by the way, Field, if you want to get your kernel up on the latest stable, 6.91 was actually released on the 17th of this month. But 6.9 was released on the 12th, so... Dyslexics untie. Yeah, you can do that, Skash. Did you use Citrix? You probably use Citrix, but basically all that does is a portable desktop to your home, so that it looks like you're running your own PC at home, but you're actually on, tunneled into TAFE. Ah, cool, Field. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, you know, I'm being user access control, yes. No, not on Linux. UAC is part of Microsoft, which is the bane of Microsoft. I forgot to do this for Skash. Yeah, Field, but that's not something you probably want to do on a regular basis because, you know, for security reasons, you just want to use your standard user access and only SU when you need to. Oh, I did only connect up 2 of those. Well, they only needed to be 2 of those at a time. Yep, that's true, Skash. But see, the Windows version to that security is the UAC. It didn't need to go to that extent. So like Field was saying, the simplest form of account security is create a standard user and then only when you need to SU up to elevated privileges. But Microsoft had to complicate that because Microsoft still wants to be in control of you. Yeah, exactly, Fueled. You're just elevating your privileges with SU, which is far more secure. Microsoft just complicated the hell out of it because Microsoft has also got their fingers in the pot with UAC. How the hell am I going to get that copper out of the way and slide that over without shutting it down? And then, of course, which means shutting down this line, which also means moving it over to that nice empty space. Oy vey. I guess we can get the cable out of here. Because honestly, for now, we can actually get cable out of there. Speaking of cable, grab one. We can actually get that out of the way because we're kind of in the way of ourselves over here. And I think we can put that back right there. And then get this out of the way. And put another one right there. And then we can put that there. Actually, we don't want that there. Actually, that doesn't need to go there at all. Where were we sending copper? We weren't sending copper anywhere. Oh, Mac Enterprise privileges, yeah. That's only recently become a thing. I think within the last, what, 3 or 4 years, maybe 5? Careful, careful. There we go. We actually don't need that second one. So all we really need we'll leave the box there. But honestly, we only need a single assembler, and it can be right here because it's not in the way of anything. And with that, we can feed right into it. Not from there, we can't. But from there we can. That's better. Sorry, bear with me. I'm just kind of moving junk out of the way temporarily until well, that's all right. I got a lot of junk in here. Huh. Alright, that will help a little bit. That will help a little bit. We still got yellows in here. Yellows we can get rid of and put in here. I think, unless it's full up. Now, not a lot of room. What are we making? Copper wire? Yes. And we could probably get rid of some things into our storage. Yay, network connection. Woohoo! So, did that work out better? Like I suggested, Scash to install from the ISO with no connection to the internet, because that seems to really help with getting the network configuration set up properly, all that good stuff. Okay, yeah, that could be a problem. I reckon. What are we hanging on to that we don't need? Signs? A sign? I reckon I could get rid of a sign. Smelters? I really don't need smelters in my pocket. Drunk and tired? There you go. You know what? I got to tell you, Field, I have an old HP G7 laptop. And I reckon that's a 2001. No, I take it back. My HP G7 is a 2005 laptop. And I have Parrot OS running on it. I've got Linux Mint installed and runs on it. And Peppermint runs on it. And honestly, if you want to revive old equipment, throw Linux on it. The only downside to that hardware is the Wi-Fi card, which isn't made anymore. So when the Wi-Fi card craps, that's it. I can't get a Wi-Fi card for it. Unless well, you know what? I probably could. Nobody's manufacturing it, but I bet you somebody's got it sitting on the shelf somewhere, collecting dust. Teeny tiny Wi-Fi card in there. What about ribbon cables for your printer? Remember that? Remember dot matrix printers? LXDE. Not LMDE? Wait a minute. I'm getting my acronyms mixed up. I'm trying to do too many things at one time. I'm not focusing on anything well. What, unloading, right, unloading junk. I think that's it. Oh, is that an autosave? Still not enough room in inventory. Yeesh. Oh, because I can put that many cables in it. Alright, that's fine. That's what we'll do. We'll just do that. There, it's out of the way, finally. Jiminy Christmas. Ad break. Oh my god. Alright, we're up to an ad break. Oh no, lab victim. Wait a minute. What? This is not... Oh, for crying out loud. This is cables, not copper. Yeesh. Yeah, I'll put you in there. That's why we brought copper over here. Not making copper. Alright, righto. You guys can't hear me or anything. We're gonna take a quick break. And we'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. We're back. Just had to take care of a few things real quick while we're on a break. Hope everybody got a stretch and a hydrate and a bio, whatever you needed. And, right, we'll get back to this mess that I've got going on here and get it sorted out. All right, cable is out of the way. God, if that efficiency would just go, it's 83%. We're getting there, 17 to go. And then it could disconnect that red line, disconnect the green. I mean the fuchsia. And get that all moved up. Get this moved over. Get the copper and the electronics really moved over out of the way. Well, they're not going to get moved out of the way. They're going to be put into a building just like everything else. So that way we can just go up when we expand instead of out. So I guess we have to do this backwards. I guess we have to move the electronics. Put the electronics in a building first. They're feeding way down here. How many we got requests? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 requests for electronics. One not so huge. Electronics is going to be the first of the big multi-story buildings. So we've got 2 inputs and a single output. So that's going to be a 14 wide. Yeah, a 14 wide. Where is that going to take us to? Right there. And that only gives us 1 lane of walking space on each side, so I probably want to go 16. So that's going to take us to right there. Which means every bit of it has to be deconstructed and then rebuilt inside. Well, that, you know what? That's going to stop everything because electronics is going into so many different things right now. 84%. Oh my God, come on. 16 more to go. We can do it. So we can put that into its building. That's actually still not going to leave enough room for both blue science and copper. Unless... it could... Copper is a single feed because it just comes from rods. Just completed automating explosives. Indeed. You plan on doing a lot of boom. Kaboom. I just handcraft explosives. Fortunately, I don't do a whole lot of kaboom. Nothing that requires more than a stack of 100 anyway. I mean, I did do that tunnel. through this mountain. I did do that tunnel all the way through to the other side. I think I've done 3 or 4 tunnels. Doesn't take a whole lot of kaboom though. It's got a pretty good radius on it. That's right, having a grab bag always is nice. Absolutely. Well, electronics, we know where we're going. That's going straight up from here. Straight up from there. That's not a problem. The copper only needs a small, because it's a single feed. But the blue science I was going to fit right here, right next to it. But there's nowhere to smush the copper next to or between the electronics. Alright, I have to look at this for a second and let it gel in my mind to see if I can reconfigure that. Oh yeah, jetpack. Oh, speaking of jet fuel. I'm glad you mentioned that. I was down to 900. Let's see, how do I want to do that? It says three different factories. One of which is 16 wide. That's big. The other 2 can be small. Blue science and copper coil. Copper coil can probably go into a nice narrow apartment complex style, skinny but long and tall. I could probably do that. And then I can squeeze the blue science in to one side. I could probably do that. You're only 40 hours in? Yeah. I've only got 225. But I spend a lot of time looking and trying to visualize too. I'm not doing a whole lot of building until I've got it solid in my mind exactly how I want it to go. And usually it's 2 or 3 sections at a time. Alright, copper and rods are the only thing that go into the electronics. So we've got a feed for the rod. That rod feed will probably have to drop over here somewhere. And of course I put my cable right in the way of it. That's all right. Because all of this is going to move anyway. We're only 15% away. I am going, and when I do, I'm going to be doubling the size of the copper and the electronics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're going to have 20 assemblers for electronics in our building here, which will be nice. And then we'll have 10 for the copper cable, copper wire. That building is only going to be, it's going to be very skinny because we're going to put the input and the output on the same side. So we've got 3 and 3, be 6 wide plus walking space, 8 wide. So that building's only going to be 8 wide, which is half the size of electronics, 16 wide. So we'll have 8 wide and a long, skinny apartment complex style factory that will go really tall. Well, if it needs to. And then I can put blue science um 7 wide with 2 feeds and an output on the same side. 7 wide plus walking space is 8, 9. So copper coil will be 8 wide. Blue science will be 9 wide. That's 17. Is that all going to fit in there nicely? That's 16. Put a space between the buildings. Yep, that'll fit. That'll fit with room to spare because we can go all the way up to there. So we're going to have about 8 lanes. That's actually going to work. All right. It's going to be a little bit of a struggle, but let's get it happening. That is going to go there, and that is going to go there. So that's our building constraint right there. So that should be 16 in between. 14. Ah. Right. So that's actually the wall that's going to come out to there. So that's our space in there. Science packs per minute. In this game, we don't do science packs per minute. What we do is processing time. So the speed that you, right here, researching 45 seconds to research 1 of each. So science per minute is a factorial thing. Doesn't apply here. Okay, the internet. Is broken. Well, your OS should check for you and update. Like for instance, Pop OS has automatic updates, so it checks everything. All of your system and all of your apps checks for any updates to anything. No, I mean, how many blue packs you manufacturing per minute, then red, then... Yeah, I don't do per minutes, because it doesn't matter how many you do per minute. It doesn't matter how many you stack up here on the belts, it's only going to go as fast as the machines let you go. It was set to never before. I set it to daily. Yep, okay, daily's good. You can even do once a week. But that just depends on how up to date you want to be. I mean, if you need to have the latest and greatest of something. For the OS, I mean, the frequency of checking for updates, you could do once a month, unless you're using an app or something that you absolutely have to have the latest release of something in order for it to work well, which are very few of any apps I can think of. You can do once a month and be absolutely fine with that. If you're now, Skash, if you were running an OS that has a rolling release, which typically a rolling release is about every day or every other day or every third day or something like that, then I'd set it to daily. Other than that, if you're not on a rolling release, you know, once a month for stable versions. You might get daily if there's experimentals or if there's the unstable releases of something. But you know what? Even Fedora had a big issue with that because somebody created a backdoor into Fedora, or not into Fedora, but a one of the apps for Fedora. I can't think of what the name of it was. It was just in the news last month or so. But if you're downloading unstable, experimental, or anything but stable, you also downloaded the Trojan. So honestly, if you're not running a hacking network, or you don't need to have something absolutely as soon as the devs finish and put it out on a rolling release, once a month is plenty. What is the is the university releasing something daily? MIT scandal? No. This was something different. It was a it was an app. It's an app that's part of Fedora's core catalog, and fortunately, it doesn't get included into Fedora until the stable is done. But there was an app that had a higher version on it from experimental, and somebody hacked that experimental app, and for everybody that was downloading the experimental got that Trojan. But it never made it to the stable. So everybody using stable was fine. But it's that kind of thing you got to be careful of, you know, which is why, do I want to do experimental or do I want to do stable, you know? Right, so Kemble, here's why that's insignificant. Because this machine that researches at 45 seconds is only based on, follow my cursor, is only based on what you're particularly researching. Because this number can be anywhere from 30 seconds to 2 minutes per research item. So I'm already up on pump jack efficiency 4. So yes, the number of machines increases the time, increases the speed right here, max speed 1000%. But this number is going to change depending on what you're researching in the research tree. So everything's going to have a different speed associated to it, which changes your per minute that you're going to need to produce, which makes that insignificant as to how many per minute you're producing. There's no way to rate what you're doing by your per minute science that you're producing, because the machine's only going to process it at the speed that that particular research project processes at. So if it's 30 seconds, 1 minute, 1.5 minutes, or 2 minutes, or, you know, right here, 45 seconds. Look at that baby go. What's that all about? Check that out. See, this is where optimization of the game could be done. Because there's obviously something going on in the background that's interfering with other parts of the game. Yes, that's correct, Kemble. So the more machines you have, the faster you can do it until you reach 1,000%, which is 10 machines, so there's no need to have more than 10 machines. However, it changes depending on what you click on, what you're going to research. It changes the base time. And then you factor in your 10 machines and so on. So what you have per minute being produced at the source is not significant when it comes to how fast the labs are going to process that based on the recipe that you need for that item and its base time. I don't know. They're not built out yet. I don't, you know what, the belt's full. I don't worry about what the per minute is. The only one that's not full is Science Pack 5, which I'm doing right now up here. And I've only got 2 machines doing it right now because robot parts. So, you know, it's not going to produce the fuchsia, the Science Pack 5 until I get some more robot parts going, and everything's going to be suffering right now because I'm rearranging and rebuilding the bus line because bus line's not very effective, really. Yellow wasn't too bad. They were slow to begin with. Now they're, you know, now they're just waiting. I got one machine that kicks on once in a while. All right, hang on. Let me see what that's all about. I think we just got a drive-by. Hang on a second. Oh, Music Man! There he is! Only you. What are you talking about? Thanks for the follow, Music Man. Oh, goodness. Yellow kicks on every once in a while. Depends on your Firmalite bars. I'm backed up on yellow anyway. All the sciences are backed up anyway, but that's because, yeah, restructuring, moving, remodeling. So right now we've got 7 on this side. We're gonna have 3 more on this side, but thing is, 10 I think is the maximum. You're only going to get 1,000%. So having more than 10 labs, I don't think produces a beneficial boost. Fuel, did you say you're running 18 labs? Hang on a second. How's Music Man doing? Oh, 4 machines. Right, okay. Yeah, I think 10 because the maximum buff or bonus or whatnot. I think the maximum is 10 machines to get the 1,000 points, like Kemba was saying. Yeah, right there. Total research servers of 10 gives you a max buff or max speed of 1,000. Oh, Loxton, sorry to hear that, mate. Well, I hope you're feeling a bit better. See, these are even, the outputs are going to change, so we're not even going to be outputting in that direction. We're going to output in this direction. I actually could have put red on the outside here. Since that's actually the closest, I was thinking closest, but it really shouldn't matter. Blue can go over the top and in here anyway, because green, yellow, red, and let's see, I'm sorry, red, blue, green, yellow, and fuchsia will all come from the left side anyway, and then Science Pack 6, which hasn't dropped yet, will come out on the very inside loop, probably from that direction anyway somewhere. 5 is right there, so it's going to come straight across. Actually, can I get all of them rerouted right now? Red and yellow are over there. Red and blue, I mean, fuchsia and yellow are over there. Red and blue are over here. And green. Green's over here too. I haven't even thought about moving the green yet. Yeah, Fueled, I don't think it is. I think 1,000% is all you can get out of it, according to the machine display anyway. Let's see, the wording it says is the total research servers is 10 with a max speed. So I guess they mean the max research servers of 10, which is also the max speed of 1,000. I set my factory building 10 research machines. 10 research machines is not a bad idea, Campbell. I mean, you can do that right off the bat, and that helps a bunch. Then I set up 6 tier 2 assemblers, which push blue and red at 3 per minute, so I optimized my factory to make 100% efficient. Then I copied the same process with green, needing 12 assemblers, and... Well, yeah, in that regard, it sounds like you went to a lot of extra work because the processing time changes by what you're researching, what item you're researching. So, although that would have been a great efficient ratio build if everything you researched had the same amount of time limit on it, that would have been great. That would have been a no fuss, no muss, click and forget type thing. Whereas in this game, because each item you choose to research has a different processing time associated with it, the first half of doing 10 research buildings is great. Everything after that really doesn't matter for effectively researching something. All because of the time difference. What am I going to do with green? It's all over here by itself. Actually, this whole operation is all by itself over here. Cement comes from or concrete comes from underground, but this is advanced machinery parts. Oh, because of the steel. That's why we put this over here, because of the steel. Everything over here is about the steel. Well, at least one assembly line is. Then the rest, we got a couple, one, two steel demands. Yeah. Yeah, steel for advanced machinery parts, and then only 2 other demands for steel down there. When all 10 research machines are filled, instead of 45 seconds per cycle, it's only 4.5. That would be correct for the one that I'm researching right now, which in this case is pump jack with a base time. I don't know why that flashes, with a base time of 45 seconds. So that's actually reduced to what you said, 4.5 seconds. Once you unlocked tier 2 red, I sat there and clicked research after research. I was unlocking things every minute or two. Same thing with tier 3. Yep, I unlocked everything within a matter of 10 to 15 minutes. Right, with 10 machines up. And that's because, based on the fact you were going by a ratio build, and you were essentially, because everything's a different time, you overbuilt for a lot of those things that you just were able to click through having the 10 labs set up, which reduced them by 10. But as you can see, you know, we're at 1,000 science pack here. It's still got a base speed of 45 seconds. Times 10 is going to reduce that to 4.5 seconds. So these are going to keep increasing. So these were at 100, then 250, then 500, then 750, then 1,000, and they're just going to keep going up and up and up. So they're going to require more. That doesn't mean you have to build more assemblers to get them going, because it's still going to be a base time, and it's still going to only process at 4.5, seconds. No matter how many you have backed up behind it. And if it has to process, I'm thinking where I'm at is pump jack efficiency 5 is probably going to be 2,000. The only thing it's going to affect is this right here. How much is processed at 4.5 seconds. So, although the science per minute was a great idea in Factorio, it just doesn't have a metric that factors into how science is researched here in this game. Oh, for me, what's halting the purple, the fuchsia? Oh, that's because I only put 2 robot parts, and I only put 2 factories down. So, this is the fuchsia right here. It's just waiting on robot parts. Robot parts went over there. Robot parts are virtually shut down, even though there's a few coming through because of electronics. Electronics is slow because I'm rebuilding. But don't look at this as some sort of efficiency build. Don't look at this as some sort of functional factory with ratios or anything like that, because this build from start, this is the first run, was strictly a bus line to accommodate me laying out machines to find out what the footprint size of the machines were, what the production rates of the machines were, finding out what requirements of each of the machines and the recipes were. This is just a modeling, so I can wrap my head around all of the processes of what machines are needed and what they can do, all the way up to the very last machine, which of course is the arc furnace with the hot air stoves and the air handlers This is all just to get a first look at every mechanic. That's all this is. And then what we're doing now is the beginning of the teardown and restructuring. So bus line, turns out, is not going to be an effective use of a factory, and modules are. So just utilizing cargo ships to ship product from here to there, using some belts to belt into neighboring buildings to feed factories, and then of course the transport ships to get from wherever they need to, as far as the robots warehouse, the construction, and up to the space station. That's all this is for. That's all to get a first look. You moved 2.5K to start fresh? Yeah. So right now we know that the first look at everything and the first blast furnace we put up, figuring out what they can produce, told us that with one molten iron feed, we can feed 96 casting machines to make iron plates. Those 96 casting machines are going to make 3,840 a minute from one blast furnace. Yes, 3,840 a minute. 96 casting machines, which is why I left the back end of that open. Yes. And then mirror that on the other side, and you will get 3,840 rods out of your second blast furnace, out of the molten technum ore, fed into 96 casting machines. So you only need one arc furnace per row of 96 casting machines for each furnace, and you'll get 3,840 rods per minute and 3,840 steel plates per minute. The rods and the steel plates are everything. That's what goes into everything in your factory. So that's the Adam and Eve of your factory. Rods and plates. So eventually what will happen is if you're attempting to build a bus line, you're probably going to have layers of iron plates on 640 a minute belts, because that's as fast as those can go, and layers of rods, 640 a minute per belt, and then everything's going to feed off of that. The only thing that you have to worry about next is Adam and Eve's son, steel. And then steel goes into a few things that you're going to need steel for. Rods go into so many things in the robot factory assembly. Yes, infinite fracking. So, well, as you can see, I've got a Telux deep frac going on. I have a ferrite deep frac going on. I've got an ignium deep frac going on, and I've actually got another technum. Oh, actually, that's all three right there, plus the Telux. And I've got, actually, I'd have two technum deep fracs going on, because technum is the iron rods. And I just want to make sure that the blast furnace is fed with plenty of pure ore, because it has to be pure ore going in. It has to be going through crushers first to remove all of the rubble, which is what this platform is for. This one's just doing, actually right now, this was just doing the crushed ignium for pure ignium, because ignium has to go into both, and then the pure ore gets fed in. So I have this row of crushers set up just to begin with, to get the rubble out of the ferrite ore, and then the pure ore goes out. In this case, two different places. One goes to the arc furnace, and one pure ore goes out to concrete, is it? Actually, that's rubble. Oh, I've got a rubble going out to concrete. Anyway, you'll see how it works out. But the arc furnaces only work on pure technum and pure ferrite and pure ignium. And then, of course, you have your hot air stoves. So the ratio is 2 air handlers. We'll do this one because I put them closer together. The 2 inside ones are going this way. The 2 outside ones are going that way. It's 2 air handlers into 3 stoves, and then 3 hot air stoves feed into 1 blast furnace. And that's what gets your molten. So far as I can tell, if you're building a factory that requires more than 3,840 rods or plates per minute, then you would need more of the blast furnaces. I mean, there is a significant amount of rods that go into the robot assembly, because it's kind of like, because it actually starts way back here. Way back here. Rods are the singular recipe item for copper coils. But then, to make the electronics, you have to add copper coils. I mean, you put the copper coil in and then add more rod to it. So you have rod in that recipe plus rod in this recipe. The electronics then go into the robot parts. Electronic coils actually go into quite a few things, but it's one of those exponential things where there's more rods, then more rods, then more rods, then more rods into each of those things that go into robot making. Yeah, limit yourself to 10 blast furnaces, I think. But yeah, so, you know, rods end up in robot parts, rods end up in electronics, circuit boards, because electronics come from circuit boards. I can't remember, but I think rods are part of the precursor recipes to energy cells. Don't quote me on that. You're going to get to a point where I've got these 4 machines and they're producing what, 1,600 a minute. This is paint. I got more than 16, so this is 800, so 3,200 a minute paint, which is 1,600 a minute low density, 1,600 a minute on-the-mic gas. Water doesn't matter because that's just infinite. So all 4 of those machines are just for paint, coming over to the robots that are getting painted. So sadly, and these numbers are ridiculously too high, 3,200 paint per minute is needed when the machine's operating at max capacity, which is way more than what you need to paint a freaking robot. You know, I mean, poop, painted, done. So, you know, it's ridiculous. 3,200 per minute paint. But anyway, on a whole other topic, the robots are actually a pointless setup, because making the robots requires Thermalite bars and Thermalite plates, because Thermalite plates go into all of the robot making parts, arms, legs, head, torso, whatnot. Thermalite bars go into making yellow science and for something else as far as robots go. When you're done putting all that effort, work, and resources into building a robot, you then spend all that resource and effort on painting him, and then he goes up to the space station for sale, which you get Thermalite bars for, which is a death spiraling loop, because you only get 200 Thermalite bars for each robot, But in the end, you end up spending 400 Thermalite bars to create the Thermalite liquid, Thermalite plates, and all the robot parts that require Thermalite plates. So it's a death spiral. The best way, and there's also a speed issue of how fast they come and get the robots, take them over to 00, send them up to the spaceship, make get Thermalite bars from the sale of the robot. Then the space station requester goes up and gets the Thermalite bars, comes back down, which you then have to put down in your factory. That's a long, slow, tedious, unprofitable process. Whereas and I'm going to attribute Firehammer. Yes, 200 bars per robot. 400 to make them per robot. In total. In Thermalite bars and liquid that go into Thermalite plates, and those Thermalite plates going into the manufacturing, making of all the parts that make a torso, make a head, make the arms, and make the legs. So recipes are robot parts, hydraulic pistons, and of course you add plates to it and you get an arm. Every one of these, except for the head, which requires a CPU, which is more Thermalite in the recipe for CPUs. So yeah, it's negative production. It's negative profits. I'm still overloaded with Thermalite, but that's because I'm only doing 4 robots a minute. Where the money is, and this attribution is going to Firehammer. Yes, net negative. That's correct. 100% correct. So Firehammer was onto this and realized that, okay, the maintenance drones that we make, well, because you're making maintenance drones at the same time as you're making robots. So maintenance drones get manufactured and then they get sent over to their they go to their warehouse. But what I'm doing is I'm sending them over into a cargo ship, because it's quicker to send them into a cargo ship, which will carry 200 up there, and load them up and let the transport ship fly straight up and straight back instead of all over the map. So I can have 100 cargo ships delivering to this one cargo pad if I wanted to. They just rotate in and out, drop off 200, and in they go. So I set up a buffer storage for it. In they go. Transport ship hops on over, picks them up, goes straight up, delivers, and brings them back. And you get 5 Thermalite bars for that. So consequently, you can mass produce maintenance drones and keep your Thermalite flowing. And then the robots just kind of supplement that. The nice thing about the maintenance drones, which is why I'm attributing this to Firehammer, is because he realized, and I think he was the first to realize, that's robot parts. Robot parts, Yellow Science, maintenance drones. Maintenance drones don't have any Thermalite involved. So you can mass produce the living F out of these, even though they're only 5 Thermalite bars each. You can mass produce the living hell out of these and come up with a profit without ever building a single robot. So this is the way to go. That's the way to go. Now the fluid, olemic acid is the only thing you'd have to watch on making the maintenance drones. Oh, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. They only put the algorithm in place because it's early access, and they need it to be complete, you know, as complete, playable, as playable as possible for early access. And there's already an experimental branch out, and there's already changes to that. But there's also a very hefty roadmap out. Science Pack 6 is going to be dropping soon. There's going to be optimizations. There's going to be changes to algorithms for ratios, speeds, and, you know, pipes and whatnot, because pipes don't have a flow rate on them right now. So the only thing pipes have right now is a quantity, a capacity. And this one is holding 500 liters of fluid. No flow rates or anything like that, so you don't know how fast you're actually using it. Right, a starting point. They needed some point to start with. Oh, I'm sure they know it's net negative right now. I'm sure they know it's net negative, but that's not important right now in this phase of the development of the game. They just put in some numbers to get it functional and ready for early release. And I'm pretty sure, Kemble, all those numbers are going to be changed in the upcoming updates, because what are we, week and a half old? May 2nd it came out, 2 weeks. We're only 2 weeks old. You now have curl. Curl is just a command, Skash. Curl stands for copy URL, or copy from URL. URL being your universal resource locator, a web address. So curl is a command. What do you mean you didn't have it? It's not something you can have and hold and feed or anything. What? Constantly asking for No, curl is a command. Hang on a second. Hang on. Curl is a command line tool and library for transferring data with URL syntax. What? And you said you had a message that said that curl wasn't installed? To install curl? Curl's a command. It's a library, that's right. Oh, you didn't have the dependencies. Library dependencies. Oh my God. Right. You didn't have the libraries. Curl's just a command. But the libraries, the dependencies that it needs for curl to operate, you didn't have. Right. Because, wow, that's for Debian. You mean Debian didn't have the libraries for curl to work? I'm confused. Yeah, I'd be confused too. Why didn't Debian comes with all the necessary dependencies. Why the hell wouldn't it have dependencies for curl? I've never heard that before. I don't think you have a complete install of Debian. What version of Debian are you running? Let me find out. I can find out exactly what's in the version of Debian that you've got. You may not have a complete version. 11, Debian 11? All right, hang on. We're on break anyway. Sorry, everybody, we're on break at the moment. You got, yeah, you may have curl right now, but that may not. See, we're up to Debian 12 already, and you've got 11, but 11 should still work. All right, let me see what all is in Debian 11. So you're on Debian 11 Bullseye, correct? Which now includes GNOME, KDE Plasma, LXDE, LXQT, Mate, and or Mate as some people call it, and XFCE. Debian includes Apache, Bind, DNS, Calligra, Crypt Setup, Emacs, GIMP, GMU, Compiler Collection, GNU PG, Inkscape. Those are just the packages from the store that are available by default. So basically, they're saying it's not bloatware. So it's got Vim and Saba and Rust C, Python, PHP, Perl, all that. If you did an update after your install, which, did you do an update right after you were done installing? Yes? Okay. You should have had all the libraries and all the dependencies already. Oh, you haven't done an update yet. Oh, well, you know what? Save yourself some trouble, because you're probably going to have to install a lot of individual things, like all the dependencies and libraries for curl and apt-get and all the other things. Just do an update, because they had it set to securities. Nah, forget all about that. Install Debian. After the install, do the internet connection, and then run updates immediately. Don't worry about anything else, because all you're going to do is you're going to end up doing individual things like your curl libraries. You're going to end up individually having to update everything manually. That's going to happen automatically during the update. Why is it useless? Who's they? They had it set to securities. What does that mean? All updates will be sent to what? Updating an OS has nothing to do with web pages. When you update your OS, whether it's set to automatically update or whether you manually perform updates once a day, once a week, once a month, or whatever, it's got nothing to do with websites. I absolutely do understand web links. All right, Fueled. Have a good one, mate. Are we back? We are back. We've been back. Work indeed, Fueled. No worries. Have a good rest, mate. Yeah, but Scash, you're confusing Casa OS, which is a Docker's environment, and a Docker's containers ecosystem. You're confusing that with your base OS, which is Debian. Debian's got nothing to do with that. Debian is your operating system. Right, and Debian does not operate in a Docker's container ecosystem at all. So web links is not a thing. It's an actual OS on the hard metal. They have broken updates. Debian 11 should work just as well as the latest, which is Debian 12. Is there some reason why you picked 11 over 12? Is there some reason why you didn't pick Debian 12? Debian 12 will be 1 year old next month. In about 10 days. Or I take it back in about 20 days. But 11 should work just as well as 12. I can't understand. I did not see any patch notes in the Linux community about broken updates to Debian. Because it's compatible with KS 11. If you're seeing something that's broken in Debian 11, you should be on their blog right away, and also maybe verifying with other community members in my Linux community if they've also experienced something broken in Debian 11, and see if anybody mentions that fixes have been done or anything like that. But barring that, always going directly to the source is where you want to go to get information if you suspect Debian's broken, or if you suspect an OS is broken, or if updates are broken, or if anything is broken. 100%. Because you might, I mean, you're probably battling. You shouldn't be battling anything. Debian 11 installs and runs as sweet as honey. And the other thing that I don't understand is if Casa OS is saying that it works well and is compatible with, or compatible best with, Debian 11, why would they say that about something that has broken updates, an OS that's broken? Why would they associate their OS with Debian 11 if Debian 11's broken? Yeah, I'm kind of confused as to what the reasoning is there. It's just I've not seen any word yet in my community or on blogs anywhere about Debian 11 having any issues or being broken, and their website doesn't even. I mean, I'm looking at their website. Even the website doesn't mention anything. That's I'm just not sure what would be broken about Debian 11 and not be in the news. Hang on a second. Peanut just came in. I got to do a real quick update with Peanut. Get him settled on his homework and whatnot. I'll be right back. Okay, back. Sorry about that. So here's the great thing, Skash, that is going to help tremendously. Developers in the Linux world are so awesome. There are so many of them that are dedicated. Debian is an LTS release, so they actually have a support team. Debian 11 has got support all the way until June 30th of 2026. I would pop over, and that's for Bullseye, not the Bookworm edition, Debian 11. I would pop over to their support section. And especially in their wiki, but I would go to their support section. They've got a mailing list. They've got a LTS contact, and just give them a few details about what you're experiencing. And I can almost 100% guarantee you're going to get an immediate or fairly immediate help and support on whatever is going on your system that's not working properly. And one of the nice things is you can just tell them what you're experiencing and they'll probably recognize it right away. Right, you don't have to. So Debian 11 has long-term support, and you can pop on over to them, give them a little bit of a description as to what's not working properly or what's going on with your system. Even if you're not sure what's not working, what is working, give them a little bit of a description, and they'll be able to give you almost immediate support and help in identifying and fixing what's not working properly to get it working properly. And that's one of the beauties of Linux communities and Linux developers and Linux support, because it's tremendous help. Yep. So that's why I suggest pop in a bit of a description to them and sit back and wait. And you won't have to wait long. The long-term support is there for a reason. English NTY? What's English NTY? No, thank you. Oh, you don't want to. Oh, sorry. All right, mate. Yeah, I don't know if well, I don't know who can help you in that case, because we can't see what's going on. We don't know what the error is, and without providing probably as detailed as you can go based on, you know, your knowledge on it, without providing some of those details, I don't know. You shouldn't have too much trouble though with a complete LTS Debian 11 install. Uh-oh, there goes Spectre again. Alright, thanks for the lyrics, Gash. Hang on, I gotta copy that over to G-Man. Let's do all 3 lines. Copy. And bot of the Spectre. Huh. It looks like it lurked and then said there was an error with the lurk. Anyway, we'll let G-Man sort that out. And I have to sort out a footprint, so we've got 16 on that side. We will have, what did we come up with? 8 and then 9. Because we're adding an extra lane. So that will come out to there, but that's going to be right up against there. That's right. Alright, so we will have, that's actually coming out tonight. Oh, 18. That's, oh, really? Who's at the school? Hold on, be right back, guys. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that, everybody. Oh my god, it's just horrible when you get a call from the school every day after school about something that's gone wrong with your child. So, yeah, anyway, right, so we were going on this, the 18 or 19 wide on this one, and obviously we want to get, 9, I think, includes the walk gap around it. So basically, we'll give it 10. I think that was 8, and we'll give it 10. And then this one, of course, will be 9, and we'll give it 11. So that actually gives us plenty of room to squeeze both of those factories, 1 and 2, and 3. Actually, all 3. 1, 2, 3 right in there. And then they can have verticality builds straight up from there. So that will work out way better. All right, then. So red is on the line. We want to get blue over there and out of the way, which is this one. We're just going to reverse direction. For right now, anyway. We're going to reverse direction, get it off of the old location. Which is... Oops. Oh, well. I just erased the... Nope, those are outputs. We just accidentally erased the output there. And we will actually put them in this direction. And it seems like we're just going to do an up and over, which will be fine. Doesn't have to be fancy. And we can actually make it. Nope. That's not going to work. You can't have a curve underneath a loader. It has to be straight in any one direction. So we can fix that by doing this. Then putting that here instead. And that'll give us the one straight piece we need underneath the loader. And that'll give us blue. Okay. That gets blue off of this side over here. So go ahead and take that out. And oh, I got that all windy in there, huh? And take this one out. And one last one. We're at 92%. Huh. 8% away from having yay. All right, it made it all the way down to the end, so we'll go ahead and just put all of the red and blue or whatever it needs in that one. Now we're kind of in a hurry, so we'll take also the red out of here. And thank you, autosave. You just messed up that placement. Up to there. Yep. And then take that one, and that one. And all of that out. Oop. All right. Yep, and then put the red in also. That one's full. That one's full. So that's all our red and all our blue. And of course that 92% is going to stay there until we move the green and the yellow and the fuchsia over as well. So we might as well just go ahead and move it all over. Green for right now, we really don't want to put green in the way. So just as a stopgap. Just as a stopgap to keep the green moving. Let's do this. Let's take green. Give it a quick turn back, and then take that all the way. We run into that one. That's not the right lane. We'll come over 2 lanes. Yep. That's the way. And then we will ramp that up. Yeah, and then we'll ramp it or climb on over. Oh. Up a little higher. Didn't realize that was going to take 2. Doggone it. There we go. Yeah, we can ramp that on over. Might as well just stay up there because this is temporary right now anyway. And 2 ramps down. And we can bring it on in. That's perfectly fine. It's right in the middle. And that's green in. Then we can go clean up the green. That's going perfect.
Don't stop.
Can we get... Yep. Well, that was an accident, but I reckon that's fine. Purple doesn't have a way in. Blue is done.
Don't stop.
And we actually need to take that one out. And that leaves us yellow and fuchsia. And let's just go ahead and throw in whatever we got extra in there. Where's that ignium coming from? keep getting ignium back from something.
Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop.
Oh wow.
Don't stop.
All right.
Don't stop. Don't stop.
That leaves us yellow.
Don't stop.
So yellow is coming over here, but we can circumvent from, which I believe is going underground, underneath. Right there. Yep. That's yellow right there. Zuma, zuma, zuma. Oh boy, we did all kinds of zigzag with that. Yep, that's yellow going that way. Huh. Let's see what is. Ooh. Huh, dun dun dun. So we can actually turn right. Probably go underneath the green. Mr. Nemo! How are you doing? Yeah, you know, this is right up there. This is right up there with Satisfactory. It's kind of like a cross between Creativerse, Satisfactory, maybe a little bit of Tectonica. I reckon it's got a little bit of flavor from each. Definitely has its challenges. Definitely has the challenges. Let's see, if we go under at that point, we should be able to get underneath right there. That's perfect. It's not bad for an early access game. It's got its very specific and very definite quirks and shortcomings, but it released on May 2nd, so what is here in the game right now is really not bad. Since update 4, right? Yeah. Don't blame you. There are massive aspects to it. There are smaller aspects to it. The map is procedural and infinite in all the cardinal directions, but limited to 250 up and 250 down from sea level. It's pretty big playing field, so I'm not dissatisfied with that. Oh gosh, Kimbo, that is such a long story. Poor Nemo. Nemo's pretty wicked smart. He's developed technique and Satisfactory and whatnot. Yeah, a little bit of Minecraft. Yep, because it's voxel, so blocky Minecrafty voxel game. A lot like Creativerse, Minecraft, Minetest, you know, all the other voxel games that are out there. I can't even think of them, but yeah. But it's semi-cartoonish. It's semi-cartoonish, but not as bad as Creativerse cartoonish. Graphically, I think it looks better than Minecraft. And Minetest. So there's a little bit of something in here. Wow, we dipped way down to 11 FPS right there. All right, green is up. Yellow needs to come on up. That's the Cliff Notes version. Good one, Nemo. But that sums up. All right, so we've got one belt at level 2, or actually 2 belts at level 2. We might have to drop all the way down to 3 to get it down there. That's all right. And go through a tree. Nope. Tree be gone. All right. That puts us in the right department. And we need to come out to that one right there. So we'll stay in line with that. And we are definitely going to have to come down 2 on that. No, we're not going to use yellow. Let's do green. Get ourselves lined up right about there. Yep. Okay. So let's take that one out. I need a few ramps. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get these stuck on there because maybe it's going to want to try and upgrade. This is a nice feature, Nemo. I can upgrade that entire stretch to the next tier up just by hovering a ramp on it, but that also presents a little bit of a problem. I love the instant upgrades. You want to upgrade from tier 1 to tier 2, tier 1 to tier 3, you just put the higher tier right on top and it'll highlight and bam, everything connected to it. 1, 2. Actually, that's all we need. It's just 2 right there. There are some really cool features to this game, Nemo, that some are really cool, some are kind of annoying. I guess is how you could look at it. We completely missed our target. There it is, right there. All right, let's cut that off way back here. We want rampage to end red, blue, green, yellow. Ooh. That's gonna be in a bad spot. Oh, sorry about that. A little bit of clutter confusion in the cursor. I remember when Satisfactory was going through that, didn't like their solution with the randomized object sizes to produce geometric identities for pathing associates on the world grid, so they wouldn't have to build a proofer for the object placement. I know, right? Yeah, some of this is me, though. This is not really... a lot of this is gonna be me, so what I'm going to do if I can, I should be able to do this. Just thinking out loud here. Should be able to do that. Should be able to grab the belt. Oh, excuse me. I have got a cough that is crazy. Probably just cancer. Probably just dying. So this will be the quick fix version. That was close. That was pretty close. Pretty darn close. That works. All right, that's science 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my God. Seriously, Rocket? Seriously. Can you not count? 1, 2, 3, 4. Five's gonna go in right there. That's 5 and that's 6. Well, Science Pack 4 is not gonna be able to go. We're not gonna be able to go in front of Science Pack 5. I totally borked that. Totally borked that myself. So that's going to be in the wrong spot. So this is going to be an up, and it'll fit there. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't see the Gesundheit. Thank you for that. Oh, I am in that house. I am certainly in that house. You know, and I purposely tried to keep myself trained on that principle of not working myself into a corner. So knowing we have an infinite map, I purposely felt like I was spreading things out a bit. Come to find out, as I'm moving stuff around, I actually painted myself into a corner quite easily. I don't know how, but now I am definitely spreading out construction. So I'm putting the verticality part in, and I am putting in all of the structures for building upwards that I initially had planned to do. So that I don't have to worry. I mean, I know we have infinite in the Cardinals, but I do want to go up, you know, as far as that anyway. Well, actually, it's not too dissimilar to Satisfactory and DSP in that regard. Some, of course, may attack it from the bus line perspective. Not as much functionality as Dyson Sphere has, as far as you know how you develop the nice little arrays around ore veins and stuff like that to maximize and optimize the extraction of the product and moving it off. It's not quite that complex, unfortunately. But what we have is ore deposits, you know, mineral rock, ferrite ore, iron, ignium, technum, so copper, and iron and fuel ore. So unfortunately, we can't employ some of those techniques that we'd like to. And absent, well, sans the inserters, exerters, the replacement part is a loader. Fortunately, the loaders can be turned reversed, input, output, automatically. Ignore the fact that there's no text on here. There is text on here for everybody else but me, apparently, which says input, output, or intake, outtake, whatever. It's not functioning properly for me, but everybody else it works for. But that's the loader, and the splitters are called balancers. The nice thing about the balancers is you can change priority. So prioritize output on that side, balanced output, or prioritize on that way. So in this position, it's a true splitter, left, right, left, right. Same thing with the input side. So you can put, did you not get, thank you. You know, put the priority on either side or balance inputs or whatever. So it's a nice, fully functional balancer, splitter, merger. I mean, it's a balancer, merger, and splitter all in one. So, complex input is probably, there's really not any. There's really not a complex input. The most complex I've come across is a 5 recipe input. Fortunately, the loaders will stretch 3 lanes, 2 lanes, or single lane. So I have 4 ins and 1 out. However, it's not up here. There is a 5 in and 1 out. Not very complex though. And just to give you an idea, the recipe is actually displayed on the front, as well as being able to go into your inventory and finding it and seeing the recipe listed there, as well as speed times through the assemblers, tier 1, 2, and 3. The nice thing, Nemo, I will tell you about this, is you know how DSP gives you a base speed? The base speed in DSP is on the tier 2 assemblers or belts or whatever. And then there's a negative and then a positive boost from there. In this game, the base speed is tier 1. So all you are doing is adding boost or speed going in a positive direction. Don't worry about the negatives. There is none. So that's kind of a little refreshing aspect. It also tells you right here how many per minute you need of each item and tells you how many per minute the output's going to be. So there's a lot of good UI. Oops. I can't get... There's a lot of UI. Put that outside. Put it outside. I'm busy. Mr. Rude. You can't see him on stream. There's not a lot of complexity into it. This is an elevator, so these parts are going into an elevator, going down to the assembly line. So, much like all the other ones. Major syntax difference. Everybody notices and mentions that. You are not alone. I certainly hope that gets addressed. You can see how fast something's being made, basically. That's funny you mentioned that. Everybody hits on that. Yeah, so where's the big boy? Where is the big boy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, an output. Oh, the syntax, the font scaling and choice and whatnot with these display panels, where you basically have to do a face plant to get up here to see some of these, like the text underneath the box or the text above it with the numbers. But the rest of it, you can stand back here and read, you know, production status, control panel, change recipe. All that's readable. Otherwise, you got a face plant to see the rest of this. Oh my goodness. But yeah. Complexity, Nemo, as far as that goes, is probably... Oh, syntax like programming. Yes. No below 1, that's right. No zeros, no below 1. No half points. 1's your lowest number. Oh, no, I thought I was looking at that display and I thought you were mentioning the syntax and font scale. This is probably the most complex operation right here, which is a blast furnace. So this is a single building. Oh, end of stream already. We can go another 10 minutes. Heck with it. This is a blast furnace, which will produce either, whatever you choose, either iron plates or iron rods. You have 3 hot air stoves that are separate buildings, but it's one building tall, that feed hot air into the blast furnace. And then air handlers, and there's 2 air handlers per set of 3 hot air stoves per blast furnace. So I have one making iron plates and I have one making iron rods. These are the most complex. However, there are quite a few modular builds. So that's a modular build that you build with construction material. One building, yes. No chunks or pieces of it. It's one building, and it doesn't snap down. That's the trick. It doesn't. That's the trick. So that one doesn't snap down. This one does not snap down. The radar station. No, I take that back. The landing pad does snap down. This radar station for opening up the scans on your map, because your map has to be scanned in order to, you know, uncover and whatnot. That's a modular. This is a snap down. This cargo ship dock. The ship is automatic. This is a modular build. Now this modular build, before I clicked OK to start building it, I told it 6 layers. So 600,000 liters of fluid can fit in here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Same with that one. The radio tower is a modular build, and you can build these as tall as you want. Just before you build, you tell it how many sections. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sections. I just told it all of it. All of the modular buildings, and of course it has solar power. So you've got small and large solar arrays or solar machines you can build. Steam power, so you can run on either or both. I've got steam lined up in both directions. Pipe networks, belt networks, modular building, and a standalone little monument to your tasks. Not so little, but you know, it's when it comes down to it, Nemo, because you're going to come down to finally, you know, is this going to be worth your time? Oh, you like that? I know, right? Thumbs up. Obviously, it's going to come down to cost. You know, value for money. To me, it's a little overpriced. And I don't say that exaggerating. I think it is solidly overpriced. However, there's already Science Pack 6 that are going to be dropping soon and more updates coming out. There's a lot more content on the roadmap. Oh, ads. Yes, indeed. Ah, cool. Okay. Sorry about the ad interruption. We only do that once an hour, so. And that's why they're all bunched together at that time. It's obviously going to come down to value for money, as it did for me. And I look at it as, I'm not exaggerating, it's overpriced. Not extraordinarily, but it is overpriced. It's solidly overpriced. However, value for money as far as content, playability, entertainment factor, plus the fact that the devs are really very open with their roadmap, what's coming up, such as Science Pack 6 is going to be dropping pretty soon. There's actually going to be an addition, which I think, but I don't recall 100% for sure, critters that are going to be an option. I think it's the option part I'm not 100% sure about. But there is a lot more content coming along that will help compensate for the aggressive asking price at the moment. But it does, it's got a lot already, and it's definitely challenging after you've got past the initial trivial stuff to start with. There is a space station up here that you have to repair through your radio tower. Send materials up to it to get it repair and functional. That has cargo bays and solar power and all that kind of stuff. As well as the fact that there's challenge of constructing. So not just the factory. Now I showed you the top, but there's also the part where you construct robots, service robots. So that guy just got painted and he's going to go to get sold. These 4 stages are welding of the arms and legs. And before they get welded, the parts are being put on. So that's why we have torsos, arms, legs, and heads. So you start them out with and this is kind of neat, this tooltip that pops up. You can actually pick up parts off this assembly line too, if you don't want them to continue. And then it tells you the possible next steps. Let me kind of get up here a little bit. Attach a left arm could be next, left leg, right arm, right leg, attach head. You can put these in any order that you want to. As long as you have an eventual complete robot, at the end of this. And it doesn't have to be a straight line either. You have extensions in here. You can turn them. You can ramp them up, ramp them down, merge two lines into one line. I mean, there's lots of functionality with just the assembly line. So there's some pretty cool mechanics. You know, that's paint. That's a weld. That's a weld. Weld. Attach a part. You know, attach a part, so on. Anyway, it's got some really neat mechanics in it. Yeah, exactly. So when you go into the radio tower, first things you have to do is repair the hull of the spaceship. Put some solar panels on so you've got power to power your platforms, power your drone, construction drone bay, power your cargo bay. And then once you start manufacturing maintenance drones and service robots, hang on, let me turn off then you can start selling them. And on 27 days ago, I made 23,500 there. These are selling for 25,900, 26,000. That's my highest right there. That's the ones I've ever done. Your currency is Fermilite bars. Yeah. Yep, I can see that association. The service robots are like your rocket, except for rockets you don't get paid for. These guys you get paid for. So each robot you build, service robot, pays you 200 Fermilite bars. The Fermilite bars are the currency. Maintenance drone are five Fermilite bars each. And this is the station overview, of course. So cargo bays, service bays, construction bays, satellite power. That's all there is to that. There's nothing more that's going to go on to that. So that's what all the construction is for. So you get paid in Fermilite bars. So the maintenance drones and the robots are brought up here with the transport ships and dropped into the space station requester, which requests your currency after you've sold the products. And the Fermilite bars are given to you. And this is kind of a silly part, so bear with me on it. The currency, which are these bars of silver or bars of Fermilite, are used not as currency in your factory, but as material. So when your Fermilite bars come in, I brought it down on this elevator. A couple of belts over here. So the Fermilite bars come into an arc smelter, electric arc smelter, and you turn the Fermilite bars into liquid. You melt them down. You're melting down your currency. And then the liquid is stored in this tank, which is liquid Fermilite, up to 600,000. Yes, that's exactly the loop. That's the loop. You're paying us in Fermilite bars, which are then melted down and go into casting machines to make Fermilite plates. And then the Fermilite plates go into making the robots. And it just recycles. It's a loop. It's kind of hokey, but I reckon there's going to be a change pretty shortly on that. I swear I'm going to be dead by the end of this week. But anyway, yeah. So the transport ship comes and picks them up, takes them up, sells them, and you get Fermilite bars back to make more. There you go. Get coupons. Go trade them in at the desk and get prizes for them. Yeah, that would be fun. So anyway, what I did, like I do with any new factory game, is I laid out one of everything. So, well, I laid out a very basic, shortest possible production line. Mr. Toxic Pig! Oh my goodness! Wow! Welcome, Raiders. Toxic Pig, dude. You always raid at the end of my stream. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream, mate? Be rising. Oh my god, no RuneScape. We seem to do that a lot. We seem to raid each other at the end of a stream. But welcome in, everybody. I was just explaining a little bit of info about why this factory looks very minimalistic, because it is exactly minimalistic. I only laid out enough to see what the functionality of each machine was going to be, what the requirements and recipes were going to be, what the footprint size was going to be, in order to get one of everything done, or one of everything working, all the way up to the blast furnace, which is basically in your science tree. Right now, Science Pack 5 and Blast Furnace. That's at the very end of the research tree. And like I say, Science Pack 6 is going to be dropping soon, so there's going to be more addition to this. But I just wanted to see and learn about every building and every recipe and whatnot, which is why it's not a fully functioning, splayed out factory. So now basically what I'm doing is ripping up what I laid down to learn about the game, and now I'm just building some modular setups so that we can build vertically instead of splayed out over the map, because we're taking into consideration flight times and distances for transport ships and for cargo ships. So we're keeping everything close to 0-0, but using verticality to overcome massive operations. Yes, for science. That's correct. That's exactly what we're doing. And right now, I'm actually moving the rinky-dink, which I've tore half of it up already, but moving the rinky-dink science all the way over to what the new one's going to be. So we're going to have 2 rows of 7 here. It turns out I don't need 2 rows of 7, so 10 is the maximum science labs that you need for researching science. So there's all 5 of the science packs that go in. Apparently, according to the display, 10 science labs is all you're going to need to get the maximum speed of 1,000% increase. Which, for instance, if this took 45 seconds to process the science that we choose, which in this case is pump jack efficiency, then it would reduce that down to 4.5 seconds instead of 45 seconds. So that's why we're moving it all over here right now. And those 3 last buildings will get sent over there. Yellow we've already got going over there. I'm just going to redirect red, or purple rather, not red. Instead of coming on up through the grid over here and turning left, it'll just turn right and it'll go in right there. This one is for Science Pack 6 when it drops, so I just put the 6th one there ready to go. So we got red going in the first, blue going in the second, green going in the third, yellow going into the 4th, which I almost accidentally put into the 5th, and then 5th science, and then the 6th science. And I think I've contaminated the belt. I did, because red, blue, green, yellow. And this is another something that you'll like, Nemo. The sorter arms, yeah. The belts have lots of complicated... No, they don't. So here's one of the really neat things. So I contaminated this belt. I can just press E. Well, I can press E, pick up the items from the belt, from the end of the belt, or... Let's see, which one was it? That one right there. Or I can just run along and pick it up as I go. It won't pick up every single one, but you know. You can't place any on belts for obvious reasons, but just like other games. But at least you can clear contaminated belts relatively easily. So, and we'll just go ahead and drop that. So you have the button here. You can either drop it in or you can drag it in, but that's got a full stack already. So you can do that with outputs as well. So some machines will have the up arrow, which is the take it out, and you just click it, and anything in it, like if you have to load recipe items, you click the down arrow, and anything in your inventory that meets that recipe requirement will throw all those pieces in for you automatically. You don't have to go and select and pick and drop in each individual ones. You can if you want. If you can go in here, then you just drag them on over. But you can also split, you know, so that's always nice. Split stacks. Yeah, and you know what? It's every once in a while those little things like that make a difference. To me, they do. You know, because it's like, oh, wow, they put a little bit of forethought into this. They actually put a little thought into this. You can scroll through with the mouse wheel. You can scroll through with your hotbar, or you can just select it with a number off of your keyboard. You can deselect using Z. You can deselect everything so that you're not holding anything. And Tab allows you to have up to 10 hotbars, which you can tab or control tab through. Control tab goes backwards. No. So yeah, there's those little QOL things that really seem to make a difference. The ones that really kind of hit the point, you know, hit the mark. Anyway, I am well and truly past the end of my stream. I'm so sorry about that, and my deepest apologies to the raiders that just come in at the end of the stream. We'll go take a look at somebody else that is streaming. Oh goodness. There's actually quite a few. Yeah, so Nemo, if you're thinking about it, I know the price is steep, but it may still kind of fall into that worth the investment because of the amount of content and playability so far. Yeah, we're going to raid somebody playing now, Nemo, so if you want to get another, some more eyeful of this game, he's actually pretty much, he's actually pretty much caught up to me. And apologies, he's pretty much caught up to me and surpassed me as far as everybody surpasses me in factory builds. Because I'm a slow ass. I take my time. I kind of enjoy what I'm doing and whatnot. So, let me give you guys some rating tools that you can copy and paste and annoy the next streamer with. And the ones with the rocket 436 high and whatnot, that's for subscribers. The next one with the rating pickaxe is for non-subscribers. All right, we've got that, and thanks to everybody that popped in today too. Isn't a planet-sized bus array in the... I know, right? That's a he who must not be named pattern. Should be fine. Yeah. I don't know. He's pretty well past that. And I think, you know, honestly, I'll give everybody, I'll cut everybody a little bit of slack on doing the bus first, because it takes doing that to come back and realize, oh, we don't necessarily have to do that. But it's a good, kind of the good learning curve steps. So anyway, I do want to say thanks to everybody that came by today. Thanks for the raid, Toxic Pig. Good to see you too, Nemo. Everybody that came by, even if you didn't chat and just lurked, I'm happy with that as well. Great to see everybody, and we will be on schedule again tomorrow, which you can see the schedule at streamelements.com/me. When I'm not live, the schedule in your local time is displayed. Otherwise, when I'm live, it just, you can chat from there, watch the stream from there, whatever you like from there. Anyway, let's go say hi to our next streamer, and we'll do the thank yous on the very next page. So let's get to that first. And tomorrow's coming up soon, so we'll see you then.